He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
It's semifinal day here at the Thunderpick World Championship NA Series 2 Close Qualifier. I'm your host / analyst Paladin. Joined with me, as always, Vincent and Mark, to take us through, I think, just very entertaining games of Counter-Strike. I'm not saying good, I'm not saying great, I'm just going to say entertaining, because as of right now, I feel like we are in just such uncharted territory with some of these teams, with what we saw yesterday, that I'm just excited to get stuck into it, Vincent.
Yeah, it really does feel like uncharted territory. I think that's a valid way to put it. And I think the water's far more uncharted for our second semifinal than for this one. This one, you know, it's an M80 versus getting info that I think that at the very minimum, right, both of these teams seem like they are on an upward trajectory after moves in the offseason, even though getting info is still currently playing with the sub. You know, that sucks, but it's not a team that is particularly affected by that, in my opinion. We'll probably get into the details where Wildcard and NRG, who the hell knows what's happening, to be honest, with the Wildcard team and NRG. I know it says 2-0 on the box score, but Mark, that was shaky yesterday.
Yeah, that was not a pretty one whatsoever. It was honestly way more than I thought Aether were going to be able to bring. I didn't even think we were going to get close to an overtime, especially not on an Inferno. I think that I am definitely concerned about this NRG, and I'm concerned about this wild card. So probably not a better meeting that we can get over in that semifinal, because, I mean, for it to all meet up where we can kind of bring this out, you know, there's no group stage teams here. We got the big dogs.
Yeah, I'm sure M80 will be licking their lips, looking at the pandemonium that's going to ensue later on tonight. But of course, they've got to get to that final for us to even have that conversation. We'll get into the conversation about M80 and getting info. We'll start with the M80 as a roster. We look at the head-to-head, and I look at this matchup just as one with a little bit of caveats when I see that the first time they brought in Hex, getting info, were able to take this gargantuan upset in the EPL qualifiers. But since that matchup, they have had a chip on their shoulder. They have improved series on series, and I'm just seeing domination across the board. And why would you suggest that being the case, beyond just, you know, the obvious of you know, the void of great North American teams in the region right now?
I want to add to that. Listen, they did lose to getting info in the qualifier, but then in the finals they beat them. So, you know, they already had that rematch and they showed it up. I think it's getting info who are looking for the revenge this time around. But yeah, I mean, I think that it's the depth here for M80. That's the key word for me. And they've just added additional depth to their chart when they bring in Hexed. And I think that, you know, it's taken a little bit of time. It's not exactly the same style as you actually, I think, put really well yesterday, Paladin, you know, talking about the way in which Hex likes to play versus the way in which Rec likes to play. It's a role fit, but it's not a like for like replacement in the same fashion. You know, and so there's had to be some adjustments with that. But, you know, here, when we're talking about North American competition, like, this team has pretty much it all, you know, on top of a strong calling department in Sin. Like I said, here in North America, I feel like this team is kind of untouchable right now.
Yeah, and I think the best part about this team, Mark, to me, is that beyond just the cohesion, it's the ability to out-frag opponents. It's like they've got both sides of the coin. We've talked about so many different teams in this bracket having one side of the coin, where you take that Marsborne getting info roster with the brains versus the brawn, but it feels like with M80, they have both.
And that's why I think it's, you know, particularly challenging for a team like Getting Info, who are so far over on that side of the coin extremely, right? They have all of the firepower to it. And that's not to disrespect any of the calling that Snav does. It's just that, I mean, we saw yesterday how simplistic it looked when really that's all that they needed. I mean, able to kind of just thrive off of that to get their way to a semifinal. It's going to be brute. It's going to be absolutely entertaining for it. And Getting Info, they are going to be swinging for the head of M80, because that's the only way they're going to be able to, you know, find their way through this, because the veto is really concerned. We're going to get through that later, because, I mean, I know you got to see them over in the Revival Cup, and Getting Info absolutely got bodied by M80 there.
Yeah, I think they were banking on the fact that they would have an edge on Mirage, and that M80's
Yeah.
signs of weakness on that would stay as such. But we'll get into the veto right now and just start that conversation and continue to develop this narrative of what's going on. And that is M80's obsession with Overpass as of right now. They have just been picking it as often as they possibly can and have really bolstered it with just a solid T-side game plan. I think they have some really good role fits as far as the CT roles go as well. Opping from Slacks just works and fits like a glove here. I think Hext understands how he wants to approach that B bomb site pretty effectively. And Lake, man, Lake on that T side is absolutely dominating. That it just feels like an absolute wash before we even get into the rest of the veto. Vincent, for me, I feel like Ancient is an okay place for getting info to go as far as comfort is concerned, but it still kind of leans into the same kind of situation that we had with Mirage, where you still have that comfort for M80. They're not really pushed into any crazy situations as far as this veto is concerned.
Yeah, there isn't really a place for getting info to feel at home, and I think that's the bigger problem. And to maybe dig a little deeper in that Overpass conversation, for me, I think that M80 are really winning with first mover advantage. That's like a term that you'll hear in like the business world, but I think it works really well for how quickly they picked up Overpass and how slow other teams have been to be willing to play it. Like everybody's kind of willing to float it because everybody's played the map before and it hasn't changed that much, but also no one's picking into it. So it's opened the door really nicely for an M80 that's put in a lot of work. And I think you've actually nailed something there. Hext, his like slightly more aggressive style on the CT side as well, being on the extremity works super well for Overpass. It's really fun to watch. And I think that's another reason that they're loving it. Ancient has to be where this getting info team really shines. The issue for me is that I do think that this Ancient's going to be boom or bust. The style that getting info like to play is not one that you can necessarily get away with again and again against M80. I think we saw that in the EPL qualifier where they came out and they really surprised M80 with their speed, with their agility, with their ability to get up in their face. But the second time around, it was a clean sweep the other direction. And I think that that's the problem that getting info run into.
Yeah, and I think M80 have always adapted to certain situations the second time around. That's just the name of the game. When you look at Sin, who has really gone through and taken his fair few of punches in the North American region internationally as well, alongside Def, and I think they've really gotten down that improvement to a T, that they've kept up with the pace of getting info. And I think for Snav, it's an uphill battle for sure. He's going to have to start on the right foot and use that momentum to his advantage, Mark, because I feel that's where getting info shines. It's where they can kind of string rounds together and really just play off of opening picks almost instantaneously, skip all the BS, so to speak, of long drawn out defaults.
And especially where that's going to be kind of shown is, so much going to be a challenge on the T side of Overpass. I'm really curious to see how they're going to be able to, I think, improve upon, some of the mysteries of, especially, I don't really care that it's Fang in the server, in front of Dare today. That's a guy that has a lot of experience on his shoulders. So it's going to be up to the individuals here to see if they can communicate to Snav, where they can find a little bit of a timing, maybe out towards long. They all have the green light. There has never had that taken away of going for that step of finding that opening kill, right? It's going to have to be a full group effort here from getting info, where we did see a couple individuals kind of slow up. Namely, you saw Shane absolutely go and shine in the highlights, but in some of his more quiet moments, it was a little bit more concerning. So especially on that Overpass here, I don't know if I'm really loving their chances. It's going to have to take a lot, I think, on the CT side.
Well, I believe we have the game live. Is that what I heard, production? Okay, we've got time. We've got a little bit more time. Actually, so much time that we'll actually take a little bit of a break. And when we come back, we will have one of our first semifinals here between M80 and Getting Info. You don't want to miss this one. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
hear that, Vinny? You
I
hear
do.
the trains moving. You see the canvas right in front of your eyes. There's not more of a beautiful sight than we can see. It's Overpass back in the pool, and it's one of M80's most popular picks since it's came back. One of the best that they've been able to grab over getting info. Let's see if they've been putting in more work along this time. They've had another week and a half to get this going. Slumping the boys that want to pull off another upset, make their way to a grand finals, because if you crash out of these semifinals, you're walking away with nothing. Only the VRS points then you earned to get to this point, right? You have to make that grand final to at least get into the money. And so that are the stakes right now. We get this A site hit straight up, and Slump, he's going to be challenged up early with that P250. It is going to fall off the peel. But Lake, we talked a lot about what to expect from him on this T side. He's already got an entry.
Good news is that Slump got his one. Smoke's going to start fading here in a few seconds, a jump up, and so it's a flood. Getting info, all four prepped and ready to come back in. A Smoke and a Kid on Snav. They got big value out of those pieces before.
Kane walks it up. Switcher is trying to take this all the way out from the truck, and it's getting dirty in this. It's the IGL, the MVP of their quarterfinal that's left to clutch here. With the P250 in hand, it is just not going to plan. It's going to be just handed out that L. Getting info. They get this pistol round and on the board first here on Overpass.
Yeah, nice find. Like I said,
It's good to say.
Slump does what he can, right? You know, that 1-for-1, it's good enough, especially when you have the Smoke, the kit, and all these little details. M80 trying to play forward facing in that post plant. They don't sit back and wait, and you know, I can really understand the thought process there, but it doesn't really pay dividends for them. It's a map that can really set up the context, Mark. 5 straight wins, yes, but none of those have even included their opposition getting more than double digits. They have been single-digit Andes all the way through, each one of those.
Yeah, that could be because obviously it's very, very new, you know, brought back after what, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months?
Yeah,
Something like along the lines. You just have to get back into shape. You have to get back prepped up. You have to get ready to be able to deal with anything on a map like this. Even these pop plays, they're bringing out here towards B early. You've had 2 executes in a row. Looks like this one is going a little bit better. And Snap, he's caught into deep pit right there. Stin gets this bomb down. Fang and Slump are going to consider the rotation. But this is a type of execute that you can't really recover on a map like Overpass. 2v4s are almost a death sentence.
Yeah, well, especially when another Smoke's just recycled up in heaven. Nobody's giving away free fights, and that's what they're looking for, hoping that there's going to be some freebies offered up, but nothing proliferated for M80. And it's these details that I'm about to point out that separate M80 so significantly from everyone else that's playing on this map right now. You know, it's an old thing. You saw this in the previous iteration, but that double nade to start that exec, where Snav is working with like 35 health or something, just by that double nade placement. It's those small things that M80 do very well on this map that you're going to see continuously, and I'll try to point them out as we go. M80 popping right back into the conversation as soon as they lose that pistol round. This is a team that hasn't had the greatest of pistol successes, even in that 2-0 sweep of the Coop, but they were able to bounce back almost every time. I think of the 3 they lost, they won the force buy in the second round, 2 of 3.
I even really like what they brought in that pistol up towards A. It's just a sight for sore eyes, mostly. I'm very happy that this is what is, you know, popped back up in the pool, Vincent. I know there's a lot of conversation about it. Hex gets this going. Used to be a common one for him and the RGB boys. RBG, excuse me. Now that's going back a little bit of ways.
No one whispering in your ear RGB, is there?
Thankfully not.
All right. Since collected the bomb. Could have complicated this round significantly further. There's a rotation coming soon-ish. Slump still needs to respect A, but there is Fang all the way through, getting into T-spawn right now. Marky under fire. He's got help, though.
Slump, he just provides him a bit of an opportunity to go, but they had a sense about this. Must have got the information before it was fully presented. Now it's time for Fang to pop up where nobody is currently considering. Swisher looking towards short. Sin places attention, but it's Swisher that just turns tide, doesn't actually get eyes on. Fang, he has to play their levels to this to perfection and does practically. Gets that gunfight up by the German. He's not going to take that lightly today. He's got his team cruising to a second as they continue on from recovering from the pistol.
It's a nasty triple kill from Swisher. Puts the finishing touches on that second round victory. That being said, I'm already seeing a little bit of a consistent factor here. Getting Info really liking to play more aggressive over towards A. And it's not just like, you know, take a fight, then take contact, hopefully get a kill, and then fall back. That's the classic A fight style, I guess, that you would call it. Slump been very willing to just stick in. And Fang pushes all the way through. Heavy stack here at the top of connector.
Yeah, this CZ out the other day. We'll see if it's able to net much. It's going to be the dog pile out there in Con. The bodies are going to be coming at Swisher here momentarily. It's Hex right around that door as well. And the bomb is headed up towards long, so it's just going to be aim bots for another couple of moments. Momentarily shut down by Hex. One casualty. Just Lake out there, 3-0 for M80, where they're already off to a very nice pace, but now the ops out for Slump, who has had, you know, quite a tournament so far. I think in, you know, or I think more so quite a time in the last month, you know, played pretty well in that series, kind of later into the train, I think made most of his impact. But I mean, as a guy that, you know, you were talking about kind of left out the roster conversation for some of these moves and, you know, comes in at a crucial time because obviously we were talking about Dia kind of taking a step back and whatnot. So he's the next man up and he's been living and loving it. So Opera's Paradise, he's back. Let's see if he can get done on Overpass, but they ain't going towards A right now. They're going to be busting out B, and that is a clean entry, clean as it will come. Snap is sprinting away because there may be no way back in.
Sin is calling circles right now. I know it's early. I know we're 4 rounds in, but brother, this is just a fantastic call. That being said, that kill maybe allowed them to get back into this thing. Molotov's gonna stall them out for a few more seconds, but yeah, that is just full no utility, no nothing. Walk up right outside of the monster smoke and then pop out without even a flash. That was straight up hexed, walked through that smoke with an SMG and took a raw duel. And the problem is that Marky, I think it was, that was just looking into the wall because he's looking to play anti-flash. He's playing off of Shane taking the next contact. It's just so surprising for Getting Info. They have no idea what hit him. And then right behind that, as soon as the kill comes in, instant is the full execute. Follow that up. Lake gets another. Hex will go down in the process, but a phenomenal call out of Sin, one that surprises Getting Info big time. But yeah, to talk about, you know, Slump for a second, yeah, I think he's actually really underperformed in that first series that we saw him in this tournament. Now, with all that being said, had an incredible clutch on Train. That's what you're remembering. This has got to be his playground, you know?
Right.
This is what makes mediocre oppers look good and great oppers look even better.
Great riflers too. I mean, it's these bathroom positions known for some of the best ratings put out by CT players. Right now, it's obviously kind of a, you know, complicated one. Normally, we would even serve up, I think, some of those scenes that, you know, may favor a puggier force here. Overpass is, I think, really having to make you think about every move, every step. Here they consider bringing the op down towards B, so they have an entire lane cut off here. And Matey's back towards A since the first time since this pistol round, and they snake their way up Sands right here. It's going to be, yeah, he sees them working on this map boost, and he's called it out. These are the 2 A players here, and they have just been all the way crossed off the list. They have 3 players here now retaking short on B. They have nothing to say about it up top.
Yeah, it was, you know, a matter of trying to get Slumps up activated. So it goes B. It's been a lot of pressure towards that B bomb site. And actually, I think it was Fang who was there early. That's the damage spammed into Swisher, who was in connector. But they rotate those players back up, get both the rifles on the A site, and hope to get creative with the map boost. It's just seen, spotted the whole time. And a missed shot from Slacks won't matter.
Oh, this is a little bit awkward. Get that line up. Now you're going to have to send a dog after him. This is what they sent Hexton to do. That's why he had him sign that deal, so he could be all the way aggressive. However much he wants, Shane finds Sin trying to find a way out of this one. Back into pits they will go. It's a little bit costly on that exchange. M80, they are putting a bruising stamp on this overpass so far, and it feels natural. It feels really good, especially kind of the way you set it up. M80 are calling circles around getting info right now, and it's sort of the symptom of that A play that you just saw them kind of toting up, you know, where it's very, very loose, very clearly. I mean, trying to get that map boost going kind of mid-round feels, you know, very puggy, obviously. And so maybe it's about time we have a change in the pool where we're kind of favoring less of the, you know, the fire in the CS2 and more of the tactical side of the game, since, you know, it's sort of felt the other way.
Yeah, it certainly has, and that's partial to do with the Peaker's advantage and whatnot as well. But
yes,
Simfit's on the mic there for the moment, and I think that's another thing that I think is interesting about getting info. I'm curious to see how this team moves forward once they are able to establish the new VRS core, because for me, this is a team that would command some respect by the pieces, but that I don't know that I have a ton of faith in for their like development necessarily. Like Snav is a guy that I really rate for being able to do a lot of good work with the pieces he has. I don't necessarily rate him that highly as in developing talent, but Simp is just a whole different story. The fact that he stuck around with this project, it does tell me a lot. It says a lot at the very minimum.
Yeah, that's a interesting conversation to have, especially because of, I think, how, you know, frequent this group has stayed with, you know, the players it's most commonly kind of rolled with. You know, the other high like side of this just got picked up by NRG, essentially, with obviously Carson being a part of that conversation. Marky takes out Hex on that exchange just briefly. Hex waiting and lurking out in Monster is caught tripped up. This is M80 with 60 seconds left on this clock, and really kind of needing that plan to adjust from, you know, what was flown out of their original go. They've adjusted back to B, bomb back in Monster here, and this is where the mind games come in. They have an entire 50 to work with.
I mean, and such an ease of access for M80 when you have a 4-on-3 like this. This map is so big, you can't cover it all. It makes it so that you want to play gamble-y. Usually that gamble going to be towards B with the op so powerful on A, but this time getting info, stack up on A site with just a cursory glance in the form of Marky at B. As they return to that bomb site, 3-on-4 still active, but the bomb planted and the post plant settled. Lake up close. He's the only one in pit. He's sort of on an island himself, but everybody else in super strong post plant positioning.
Marky is waiting for the cavalry to arrive down below as he does scene out to the course. That is a deadly nade that is thrown right to their faces. Now they gotta just send it in. It's like on this angle that is just gonna cause so much chaos here. Slump should take one shot and then see out of things. That's exactly what he's going to do. M80 here has every turn in tide against getting info here in this overpass. They've done their homework. They're the only team in North America that has been undefeated on this overpass dam. They're the only team in North America that's been putting in this work, so it's paying off. And there goes the op right out. I mean, that is ridiculous how it falls in the last moment.
Fortunately, all of those
Unlucky.
saves, you know, all that economic damage too, you know, extra like $500 across the team a couple rounds back with the kills they got. All of that's going to allow Slump to reinvest it. It was a bit careless, though, the way that he swings forward. Safe in bank, but takes a step forward. Just not anticipating, to be fair, that, you know, Plant B, Slacks is holding long. Yeah, I would probably think that that's where he's at. Little sarcasm for you, but good news is they get the reinvest, but it is just what getting info like to do. Basically no utility after the first opening gambit. This is for them to try and get space. They take short control. They're going to see nobody in pipe. It's all acentric currently, with Hex now returning after he's thrown some supportive utility to help the team get up into playground.
I mean, with no nades, and I was, you know, going to say this, I think before Fang left this setup, it's literally all on to Slump here to hit the shots. Now that it's him alone, obviously needs that to happen. I wonder what Fang is going to be cooking up here. I mean, with no nades here on this A defense, it's, I mean, literally just 10 times harder trying to work and manage all three levels sort of this,
Ooh.
You know, fountain, bathrooms, and then the A site. It's one of the most unique kind of, you know, ways you have about it in CS. I think that's why Overpass becomes one of the most interesting, obviously, how large it is.
It smells like it's going back B, to be completely honest with you. M80 are looking for... They're looking for a re-aggression. They're looking to see if they can catch someone off, and that's sort of what's happening. Fang's actually stepped forward. But he's on an off angle in Sands. This is not seeing the reaction they wanted to, and now they step forward for A.
Yeah, this is a classic A hit with utility coming back out from long, and it's read so well. That's something that has been getting pitched out since go. So getting info, they will be able to read this well. It's just about hitting these executes on a dime and executing perfectly. Slash still trying to reach forward, and he does continue to find gold. Here's a second light off of long, and now this is a concern because there's 7 seconds, and now the bomb is separated. There's just no time, but there is the chance that Slacks could dance even more perfectly than he stepped. It is all the way cut off. A second out there for getting info. But literally, what, a 2v5 there, just stretching up, able to get so much damage. It is getting info getting thrown through the economical ringer right now.
I think that the goal there for M80 was that they were hesitating for a moment, hoping that getting info were going to go pushing for information. Fang steps forward, but he doesn't give himself away. And if that had happened, they might have pivoted back towards B. That's what I was seeing, and yet nothing seen. They just got to go. Set up with what they had before. Full money, though, on the reinvest, and their slump getting active early. Swisher's been there pretty constantly, being a menace towards the lower side of Con, and so Slump puts him to a halt.
That's the retake set. He was getting ready to throw Molly out that corner and, you know, try and tease a little bit of control here. It seems like getting info finally have their head screwed on straight on this CT side. They're working as a unit right now, you can tell, because they finally have the resources to do so, and they realize that I think that's the plan for success. Marky here just getting bombarded with utility over towards the barrels. That's the life of that type of anchor on B, so we'll have to get used to it. And now he's mollied out, and they're trying to set this up for a kill, and it Slacks, it just barely misses. So information on, you know, that type of play, getting info are going to have to realize that it's going to be M80 adjusting in the next couple of seconds, and it's slumping in such a good spot.
This is all onto Sin, actually, on his timing, and unfortunately he's lost that timing in a pretty rough way. Now they have to go B or save. That will help. Hex takes Snav out, and there's a little bit of an uncomfortable setup now on site. The numbers are here, but they're out in the open. They're in transition, but nobody's ready to work off of Hex. That's tragic.
Yeah, it's a done round. Unless something wild happens in the next couple of moments, it would have to be the kills found, because there's no time here for Lake to get this bomb back. They're going to be saving both of these guns. But maybe Slacks. Finding Marky out of barrels. Certainly did find him all right. And a shot found back to the German AWP player. So it's getting info that's scrape along for their third. And so, you know, like I was kind of saying, they're toting up in the mid round. You can tell that their decision making has sort of changed here, you know, through 9 rounds. They're kind of working back towards B with a couple of players all the way back. It's getting info that are just trying to read where exactly M80 are going. I can kind of tell that, you know, after that A execute, I don't know what it was. It was, you know, sort of this A side confidence thrown out the window here, and M80 are, you know, looking for it all towards B, where they have been working respectfully, but Def gets on the mic to throw in the advice.
Well, getting info now really reliant on Slump at A. I think that's the big adjustment, is that they are putting less resources rifle-wise. They're in support of him. Had one early into that round for the opening onto Swisher, but otherwise he was essentially alone. And like I said, Sin needed to find the perfect timing, and it's he who gets timing in the worst possible way. One more buy for M80. After Def getting that input. We'll see what the change-up is. It's very clear. They're looking to take A control early.
It's Slacks that can't see over the top of that smoke. They have just spotted, at least had the inclination of, you know, one, this utility set, this deep smoke, that deep Molotov, you know, the dual Molotovs that they do put out into that realm. It's sort of where I feel like we were, you know, almost exactly leaving the meta from where the last time Overpass was. And it's to expect aggressive plays like that, to be honest with you, getting info have really not even done at all. So it's just the tease of the positioning there, and they get the information on M80 kind of with a slower crawl this time.
That rifler that I was talking about that's often been left off down the last couple of rounds, it's now here for getting info at long, but goes through bathrooms. He's going to lock in on long, and Fang's got a whole lot to do.
Fang sees two swinging players, overwhelmed. Next level found. There's the op stash back towards long too. So M80 are going to have to actually take advantage of the solace in these next couple of seconds. Now that the bomb is down, they can just change the conversation here. Lake mollied out. He is still alive somehow, some way. Shane finding Swisher here, but there's still more to be found on the site. Lake to get this huge kill, and now Snap trickling in. Sin in a whole lot of trouble here, all down to Slacks, who had the defense back on A, but now it's a smoke back onto this bomb. And you played this situation plenty of times here. He knows exactly where you're gonna lie, right next to that defuse. It's Slacks that will take nothing off it. Snap now sticking, and Slacks too far. 2 in a row here for getting info. They are really revving up here at the end of this CT side, keeping this op alive. It's Snav chest beating right out of that adjustment, because I really feel like the threat here is trying to battle back against this T side.
That was actually a really nice detail for getting info. Slump those a Molotov into the cubby, right to the right side of Dumpster. That makes Lake reposition. Like, he's getting spammed as well, and all of that's being heard. That was really cool to see. It allows him to focus towards Swisher, who's on the left-hand side of that, and then Lake's on an island as he's repositioned over to Car, excuse me. Approaching the back end of this half. They're gonna keep a little bit of money. Of course, that
they're sending this out. It's sweet, it's simple, and that's why it may succeed. But Marky and Shane, they respond to the pressure by pushing back. And now at least these pistols have been lented a little bit of space. Fang with just a momentary miss as now Swisher picks up an AWP, and this may not be his native grounds, but he's going to try for it anyhow, not for long. Getting info are reading through that's what their T side is essentially going to look like, Vincent. I mean, grouping up, simple plays, trying to overpower, and they're going to respond exactly to that. Fire with fire. They are absolutely heating up here, and they may get a tied game here if they want to finish their streak of 4 in a row.
Yeah, but M80 have done the heavy lifting of this T side already. This is still good, like very good actually for the CT side, or for the T side, excuse me. Getting info. Would love to find one more recovery round. Time it's Snab in a forward position and connector, not Slump. Heavy presence towards A. Slump's just joined. Snab helps insert Slump into this position, and now he can just hold top con.
Fang coming back to help too. Looked like he was just getting back to the top of con, maybe dropped a couple of nades for the rotation back, or actually he refreshed his kit as well to just see in between this sort of style, because they have just sort of lost the bathrooms positions with that utility set just thrown out. It's Slump that can try and play ahead of a little bit of this real estate that is bought, and that's the call. Fang going to join him in an aggressive toe all the way out towards Divider. They're going to try and keep the sand space and worry about bathroom later. That's exactly where it's all costed. Fang, they give them a bit of a signal themselves. Excuse me, Sin. He gets flashed up on top of the half wall, and now that's a little bit of info giving over. So Fang off of that read. He tries to find a bit of a rotation. He's right about looking for it, but he's bested. It's all the way getting info to B right now, Vincent. They're sitting up.
Getting info, know what's up. They were rotating Snap down here. They actually just re-cleared. And now they're back on the forward face. They are ready.
Marky here playing around the barrels and needing to do his best. They're literally diving on him. And can they find Marky? No, they can't. They end up finding Shane. It's Marky that continues to hold mouse one. And baby, good things just keep happening. Slumpy's got a double on that rotation too. And we get a 6-6. It's getting info pushed back against one of the most practiced teams in North America on Overpass.
Yeah, stealing it a couple of these rounds away. Some actually really good adjustments that I'm impressed with here from Snav. He kind of understands what's been going wrong in those early rounds, and starts to become really difficult for M80 to read as well. Good work from them early on, looking to worry about A first and foremost, disrupting M80's default as their whole goal in the first 50 seconds-ish of these rounds is to take bathroom, is to, take party, make sure that they have that control, and getting info quite disrupted to that later into the half as they make their own adjustments, allowing for Fang and Slump to work off of one another very nicely. offering up a 6-round CT side. It's not exactly sexy, but it certainly is a recovery.
And it's one that's stylish. I have to just wonder where, you know, it comes from. I can't exactly place my finger on, you know, how this is, you know, being brought back by getting info, because I don't really feel like they've changed their play more than twice throughout this. I mean, I think at the point of which round 7 or 8, we were kind of seeing how the A kind of adjustment was being made. They were staying more as a unit, but it was M80 that definitely fell off the, you know, confident play style. They were reaching into this T side, Vincent, with a clear tension of, you know, trying to just go with these executes and, you know, catch getting info off guard, because maybe they don't have the protocols to deal with this right away. They do. They're just aiming better for you right now, or at least checking off on that symptom to be strange in this series. We're at a tied game here headed into the second half.
Well, it's a whole lot easier for getting info in the back half of that CT side when they have the opening pick more often than not. That's the big thing, and I think Slump doing a great job for that. Oh boy, poor Snap. Absolutely leveled. How'd it be?
Brings me back. I swear that used to be one of my favorite positions to play in Pugs. Team CS, that B site is one of the best in the game, in my opinion, Vincent. So happy to see Overpass back in the pool. Axolong out of a slingshot right there finds the opening kill. They are just checking on that timing towards Monster, and that crosses a lot off the list, right? You can sit into short right now, really in a calm stance, because it's this A site that's going to have to do all the heavy lifting. They have a rotator that's going to be quickly through. I thought that was a third player on the site, but that's actually one down below in heaven, just trying to sit in between. Getting info are going to reach in from both sides, and now they're going to be spotted by that jump spot.
Most of the control is short as well for M80, so they can pretty confidently rotate when this goes forward, and it's a blinder. Another shot for Sin. This one's over really before it starts, and Bang's got something crazy in his pocket to pull out, but Lake, okay, hold on a moment.
I still think you're right, but hold on.
Okay.
Slack's on that next level. He's got a USP with his name on it. Some of those dualies doing some great work there. If Lake is going to be the player that is, you know, toting the rifler position in all of Overpass, then, like, tons of reasons to get excited here. I mean, toted up with Slacks. I'm really excited to see how, you know, the nuance of this CT side is to be, because that's where getting info are going to be surprised there. I think in so many of the ways that's how, you know, you were particularly catching Wildcard in some of their better moments versus LAG off guard. It was just how many different setups and all the history that they did have on Inferno that made the difference here. So Glock's facing out. There's not going to be too much of a tell right now, but we got to just wonder if they're going to press W and mouse 1 on this T side, essentially.
We are seeing exactly kind of what our expectations are, though, for getting info. Slump having a great CT side, really showing off the op, despite maybe a slower start. All of these little things. Now, you look to the T side, and I want to point to a couple of things to look for here. Snav had some incredible entries in his quarterfinal game. For that, again, I think that in particular, the late round for Shane on this T side is very good.
Anytime now. They tiptoe forward with their Glocks. Never an easy time here. Some of the most common eco plays on a map like this are essentially sprinted through con, rush out B, get those Glocks out long, go somewhere, make the most of it. Here they tiptoe it. The one P250 that may try to find a little bit more damage. It's these MP9s that will definitely manage. They are hitting so hard still. Maybe a more balanced feel. A triple out there from Slacks. He earns a good amount of dough from it.
Yeah, four kills from MP9s is going to feel good. Attack on that economy. Getting info. Their T side, not usually worried too much about utility on most maps, but this map, I feel like they're going to have to change their tune a little bit, unless they're going for only exclusively swift plays in the first, 30 seconds, or just sitting and waiting.
That was definitely what I suggested. I mean, they're definitely able to run a default here and play ball, but I mean, it's definitely going to be the pace turned up another notch or two over what M80 were showing. That is something to be expected for sure. They have this opening kill. That was something that you said found them the comfortability of being able to operate to success on the back end of that CT side. We'll see what the next move is here for this B defense, as Swisher looks like he is definitely very interested in what Short has to offer here. But the way you see them just kind of standing back to back here at Short and Woodwall, this is not a setup I think is actually going to take this next step. I think they're just satisfied staying here.
Yeah, especially when Sen's now making the rotation back up to A to provide some support to Slax's op. How long is that going to be the case? There's a big gap at long that Sen's currently babysitting. Getting info. The opposite of kind of what we talked about. It's a very slow, very default round that I think actually looks really good right now. It's just a matter of group back up. And M80 in transition, they are super unsure. They have no information across this map, M80.
Yeah, but right now they have Slack still holding down the rest of Bathroom's control, which is more than enough here. So as soon as this utility set is pulled out, the one incendiary that they have saved is going to be deployed on Short. But look at how Hex moves up to barrels. That is not a spot you're going to be able to stand in during the execute. Sin finds Slump, and that's such a good timing. Swisher, he absolutely needed one and found it, but you're still needing to get up back into the numbers. You're down a member, and the bomb is facing back at you. M80, if they don't find something here in the next 5 seconds, they got to get out of this B-bomb site.
No kid either. Don't know that there's one down on the site proper. Hex might have had one. He's the one closest who goes down. And yeah, escape made.
Good work.
I am 80. And it is. And you talked about, right, like how quickly the rotations could come in. Yes, but also you see the problem with that, right? You're a little bit... You're fumbling a little bit, getting in there, flustered, not quite sure what's clear, what's not, who's watching what. And when the first man immediately falls on B, Hex is just trying desperately to get into a position where he can have an impact on the round. It ends up overheating, goes a little too far, and takes a death for it. So close to the bomb site isn't always good enough, especially not when getting info at such a quick execute. M80 didn't know until it was too late. And that lack of information, certainly painful for them deep into round 15.
On the history of the Timberman rosters, the Snav-led teams, it's Overpass that has been into familiar grounds, but it's always kind of been shaky turf. We, really know the story well. Obviously, Mirage and Ancient going to be, I think, Snav's best calling maps here. Ancient some days looks better than I think the cliche of what we all come to expect from this group on Mirage, which is, absolutely been dominant from them in the last 2.5 year period. But obviously we're a team that was heavily affected by that Anubis change out, which I think did really help them because they actually had that sort of shared fault with Marsborne that they met over in the quarterfinals. And, it was a really fun veto that we had over there to break down. But, both teams kind of battling back from that are going to, see a sore spot, right? It helps if you're a team that banned Anubis because then you can just continue to ban Overpass and not have to play it.
That's the easy
What
way.
fun's that?
Getting info, grouping towards B. It's a very light defense setup right now. Hex is here. Swisher's on scene, but everybody else is far. They do pull the trigger. M80 are in a little bit of trouble. Only thing they can lean on, this is a forward-facing hold.
Yeah, those nades, they just missed right past them. And now Hex is going to get back in. It was Swisher that went down with nothing right here. So it's going to have to be the Canadian who's in the smoke right next to Marky. And they actually just exchanged right through. It's Hex that's sitting in Monster right now. Snap just found Sin back in that rotation, but it's all down to getting info's caller right here. A fake on that bomb and trying to gauge out something. There is no swing. A triple out there from your Monster anchor. And that is perfection out there from Hex. Really great work there. Had some luck to be, drawn back to you while trying to exchange in the smoke. But, for recovering after your teammate goes down in a setup like that, I tip my hat.
I do too. Hex, we kind of talked about him as a big upgrade, in my opinion, for M80. Certainly showing that off, able to do damage and more than that, stay alive, get 3 kills in a very difficult position. Double nade, takes Slump down on what is an eco, but certainly makes life easier when you start that eco off with a one-man lead.
And again, right, I'm going to call out that, last strat there by getting info where I think they had enough utility to kind of, probably be able to do much more than just like, I think setting up a nade trio there and kind of going on a pop, right? It, obviously works out a little bit better for you. That entire chaotic situation with Hex and Monster doesn't go that way every time, but it's looking kind of a little bit, leaner in I think some of those tactical feats, which is what we came to expect. Hex flashed off that line here at Barrels, made to take these fights. He's even got a second here as Fang is going to be down days 1v5, and just the adjustment from Hex off the top of the Barrels, and maybe they've got double digits first on Overpass.
Nicely done. Like I said, a team that hasn't allowed double digits for any of the teams they played against, including getting info on this map previously. With the eco done, M80 putting all the trust into Hex in the previous gun round where pays off success. 3-men stack towards A. It was only 2 actually on B. Uh-oh. I think a little bit of... Yeah, a little bit of extra cash invested. They'll get the save, but it will delay them out of spawn. Unfortunately, getting info slow about this thing won't be too big of a punish.
Found Fang searching around there over at the back of Playground. Now towards the fountain. I mean, this is about to be just the perfect duo up here to kind of take on anything that comes out A. I think there's enough firepower here to shine in when you have your best rifler and one of the most consistent operators in North America facing off against these bathrooms. It's obviously going to wreck everything regionally.
Getting info or M80 are really like super worried about A. Like they've been heavy A early every round, every gun round.
You refresh on that monster smoke late in, and they just try and flash the way. That is honestly a huge reason to get excited right now. I just saw a great level of practice from this B site. Look, the honest, you get that on a nice deep smoke line. You flash in for what's out in front. I mean, it's a little bit basic. It seems elementary at this point, but when we're in the early days of Overpass, it's the simplicity that is going to be stylistic. Here's Shane that's got a trade on the lake. They've been waiting for this all round, but who can trade out the unkillable Opper? It is Slacks. Continues to lay this down over here at Map. Man, we've had many players in this region with highlights from Reigns like that. It is 11 here for M80 as they're sending them right back to the drawing board. Begging for some money, begging for some rifles here. They're going to get nothing of the sum.
I mean, the critical piece for M80 is obviously Slacks having a good game, but beyond that, they're never passive. They're never waiting. They're never allowing getting info to make the next move. Whether you talked about how clean that setup to get hexed into an early fight looked, it was beautiful, or it's Slacks getting support over at A to catch that early kill on the Fang, and then him recovering to trade every teammate and get multi-frag after multi-frag. It's all coming together. M80 for the first time. Not the early A setup. It's 3B from the rip, including the AWP. Now they reset themselves, and Sins returned as well to help get Slacks into a better position.
The pistols that will definitely get a lot more ground than this last team play because they're just bringing it right to the face of Sin, of Slacks, of Lake. How far will this come to exactly harass? Marky gets his hands on an op, but does he have exactly any room to adjust off the maneuver? They throw it quickly right back up, and now with the gun rounds that we're going to be seeing, getting info, going to be swinging for their lives the rest of this Overpass. Otherwise, we'll be whipping right to map 2 pretty quickly. M80 on this type of timing, on this type of rhythm, Vincent, I don't know if you're going to be seeing a comeback that honestly was teased on a couple different routes from getting info prior.
Yeah, it's just lovely trust between Slacks and Lake there. Let the riflers handle the business, and he just holds the line. Gun round at the very last of them, or at least what could be, with M80 on map point. Maxon's in some trouble, to be honest. He's got Lake, so they won't be able to run him down, but now Lake is surrounded.
It's Marky that finds Lake. It was a 4K from Slack's challenge last time, all in his lonesome. Right now, toting into a deeper angle for information past divider. He sees one player moving up into the bathrooms. Well, now going too far on his own liking. Slump has been just shoved out of those conversations up towards A. It's Snap. He's watching the back door right now. Hex still waiting for a path of entry, but at this point, I mean, he's signing his own lease on life. He walks up through that. Sin gonna fade through a smoke and now spotted. Shane takes that fight, all of the attention away. Fang takes his head away. And it's Hex 1v4, at least an 8th here for getting info.
Yeah, I think Hex will hope to hang on to what he's got. Fang currently on the search, though. But a great round for getting info. Well, that's a little bit awkward.
Ah! No, he tried to show him. Dude, come on. Are we doing this to our regional brothers? Two Canadian players swinging blades at each other? What are we doing?
Oh my goodness.
This is quite a save from
Hex has got to like run a little bit.
He'll be fine.
There we go.
Can handle himself. Don't look out towards Monster. You may not get so lucky here. Canadian holds on to his hardware through one hell of a course. Even took a stab to the side. A little bit unlucky for Fang. I would like to see that from his POV. I don't know if he like got the back of the shoulder or anything. That used to be a bit of a pickle right there. You know how that can go. Shoot him in the face.
Plenty of money to reinvest behind that frame 80 though. That round for getting info. I won't call it just like a flash in the pan because they did do some good stuff. Their default actually was solid. They scaled well together. Now they speed up, and it's right into Slacks' off. Not ideal. That flash unsuccessful as well. So Swisher goes down as a secondary.
And they're afraid of what's going to be just bound here. For one, this type of aggressive play means a heavier B site than usual, but also you got to see into one of the scariest anchors that has shown out for M80 here today. Hex has put this monster off limits. Bring back Snav from A right here. Got to respect this rotation out for M80 because it's the correct one. They're just going to save here if they go back in the direction. This is one of the better parts about Overpass is that these gambles can absolutely lead to you cashing out. See if the house can win right now. They're walking in with a man advantage and the bomb on their backs. Hex, he sees a shadow, and he will salvate on an opportunity just like that. Lake, with the second layer of this setup, it's a little bit further than they may have just expected. Has to force these gunfights out. He has no other option. That's 2 in a row here for getting info when M80 have found 12.
All right, don't call it a comeback yet. The getting info or yeah. Listen, you like to call it before it is, all right? I'm reeling you in.
I will say that it's better than the last output, obviously. I think that was what, a 13-7. That was how it out there. Better spirits out for getting info. They'll continue to get these Overpass officials thrown at him.
Yeah, the thing is though, it's one last buy, one last good investment in a row. Like you said, getting info a couple rounds, but yeah.
We'll be desperate. Feels like the buy they may get up is sort of the one that getting info kept throwing back up onto the board in those first 7 rounds. A1S is not a nade in sight. They'll just have to bar this straight up, and they're just going to be boxing out here at long. It is Slacks that is going to try to adjust onto Marky. Does get a little bit of personal space to do so, but it's going to have to be Marky that does way more right now as takes a breath out of the tree, but it is Slacks that is living still. Calls for that rotation, and it gets brought all the way down. M80 have their map pick in this series in really nice circumstances, getting info that probably give way more than we expected there, but it's all said and done. It's 1-0 regardless, and it'll be a very good notice for him, Vinny.
I think that getting info's T side actually looked way better than I expected it to be, but they didn't have a whole lot of time with how slow the start was. With the fact that they got so quickly into the mix, and M80 were able to build up a significant lead on their CT side. But it stays true. That same score line. It's another win, 6 straight, and not a single one breaking through the double digits. That is where we stand with Overpass done and dust. We got Paladin, though, to break down all the details of what happened on Overpass.
Although we had a similar scoreline to their previous Overpass stint for getting info, I definitely saw improvements in how they actually approached this map, and I have to give them some sort of commiseration because that is the case. I mean, you have to go up against a Herculean task of M80, but I think there definitely was improvements to the defense, of the way they were able to suddenly lurch back into life. Credit to Slump in terms of how he was approaching the defense. I think just the active nature of how he approached that CT opping was nice to see. I mean, maneuvering around the con side, playing off of long, playing up close range on an elbow, even moving over to that B side. It's nice to see that he had just a little bit more gumption to go after these opening picks. And beyond that, I mean, you also had just the willingness to take short control. You had the willingness to aggress into front bathrooms control as well. And I think all of these maneuvers looked good to at least stop the initial onslaught. You stopped the initial win condition that worked so well for M80, because the fact of the matter is Sin still put together a fantastic offense in those first 6 rounds of play. You talk about the contact play into the B bomb site. You talk about the great entry work that Lake was able to open the door in terms of the A bomb site. You talk about Swisher's work in connector, Hex, great work on both sides of the coin on the B bomb site. I mean, that was just enough to get the ball into M80's court, get those 6 rounds into play, and make this a doable one. And after that, when they switch over to the defense, just utter class from M80, and especially from Hex. I think, to me, feels like the MVP of sorts on that B bomb site, doing so much good work in terms of weaving offensive maneuvers. I'm talking the pop flashes into monster pipe, taking initial duel, falling back, or taking into that short control, or fighting alongside the sides, the edges of their own monster smoke to get that 3K. That basically saves the onslaught of T-sided rounds on the other way back for getting info. Who knows what we could have been in, what scenario we could have been in if getting info were able to snag that round, find and suss out where Hex was in that scenario. All of that tied together by Slax's AWP. I think that was really the icing on the cake. And I spoke about it in the pre-show, and I'm happy to see it bear fruit in this map of Overpass. And it's just his style of opping works so effectively on this map, and it is the turret style of opping that you can do on the back of the A bomb site and support your bathroom's rifler in this situation, it being Lake, or you can be that dynamic operator that goes for the long aggression to take the initial duel, play front bathrooms to get that opening pick, maybe go down to con to take an opening pick, move over to that short side. He has that ability to play both styles of opping, be it the opening pick machine or be it that turret affair at the back of the dice box. And I think that's what's so impressive to me about Slax's playstyle, is that he can start and stop however he so pleases. All that being said, I do like that Snav was able to call at least something to push it back into a competitive stead. I think when he has the momentum and the pace behind it, things look very exciting. I just don't feel as though his mid to late round decision making is that exceptional. Granted, it doesn't look as exceptional when you're going up against elite anchoring on the other side of the equation. But I do think just the potency of getting info's T sides just come with, we're going to aggress down the bathrooms. We're going to take space as much as possible, as quick as possible. We're going to make site anchors have to go through their protocols as fast as possible. And I don't necessarily think that just this slow, drawn-out T-side that Overpass usually tends to have more often than not when you're supposed to kind of put certain players in a certain scenario to get it over the line. I don't necessarily think he has that in his wheelhouse. I think there are certain maps where he can definitely use that to his advantage. When I think about how he approaches Mirage occasionally, I've seen it on Ancient in some of the T sides when they are able to up the tempo and then slow it down. But I think making momentum out of nowhere is really the main issue for Snav as a caller, and he just didn't have enough firepower pieces to kind of get them into that scenario to rev things up. You really had Shane doing a lot of great work in terms of that B bomb site, in terms of taking short control, but beyond that, no space taking done by Fang. You didn't really have Slump being that opening machine on the offensive end, which you're not really expecting him to. It's just not the era of ops that we're in at this point. You're kind of looking towards Marquee throughout the connector front bathrooms area, not able to find it there either. So unfortunately, you need that little bit of a spark individually to allow for Snav to play with that momentum-based calling, and you didn't have that. Now we move over to Ancient, where I do think that the calling, the style of getting info definitely works and lends itself to how getting info like to approach this map. But I also think that M80 have done their homework. They've figured out how to adapt to a fast pace, a fast tempo that getting info can set towards them. I like the maneuverability of players like Lake, who can be that Swiss Army knife in the middle of the map. I like the way that Slacks again moves around the map and stays dynamic. And most importantly, it's just the idea of how M80 approaches their CT sides, always garnering map control, always having that push and pull, understanding what parts of the map that they're giving up and what they can take because of that map control that's given up. And that's what I really do like about it, that it's still going to be an uphill battle for getting info. They're going to have a sublime CT start here. They're going to have to put down and put on an 8 to 10 round half and kind of shut it down on that offensive end. But we'll see what actually they will have to start on the T side, so scratch that. I mean, they're gonna have to actually set the tempo, get that momentum-based calling going. I'm talking an 8-round T-sided haul if they can, 7-round T-sided haul at minimum. But either way, we'll see what they have in store. We're gonna take a little bit of a break. When we come back, that second map affair here in the semifinal to see whether or not Getting Info has a chance to push this to 3, or whether M80 will stamp their seal of approval and march on to the grand final here in the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifiers.
Well, here we're here, rolling into a second map. It is Ancient out here as the last stint, the last pick for getting info, potentially here in the Thunderpick second series in North America. They got to find their way into this grand finals to get something out of here. An opportunity to the closed qualifier stage and a chance at $25,000.
Puts all the line, and it could be all over in an instant if getting info can't bring this thing back. Out to the A-bomb site. They kind of look, but mostly undefended.
I'm surprised nobody still dropped here, but I think that's about to change. This bomb goes down, and the exchanges will go right through the smoke. Hex with those dualies has just bottled out, and the neck is now open from Slump and Snap, who continue to snap, and it's Snap cooking up something here. Flash in hand, he's going to send Marky out hard on the press, and he's found nothing for it. Snap just manages in the back hall, and they're keeping all of this to course. Right with Slump and Snap, they got to stand together, and they do. Getting info, pull together another pistol round. It takes their IGL getting a triple. A full house between him and his AWP player, but this is how they want it. They have the offense right in front of them now with a golden ticket, Vincent.
Well, Snav yesterday put on a incredible performance, MVP level performance. He topped the entirety of the charts on both maps in their quarterfinal against Marsborne. Put together 24 frags, I think on both maps actually, something along those lines. So, and it was him on the entry duty. This time he's the closer. Looked elsewhere for that previously. M80 though, as I highlighted on map number 1, Marky, it's honestly not a big deal for M80 right now if they lose pistol rounds. They've lost most of the pistols we've watched in this tournament, and they've won most of the second rounds. Did that on Overpass in the first half, and now they try to do it once more. Bomb outside of B with 3 stacked CT defenders in that area. Getting info. They don't have to commit there. They have map control. With Slump and Fang over an elbow. Ready for this mid take as they'll get a house smoke going.
It's a lot slower and steadier than most of the getting info default rounds. I mean, at this point, I really don't feel like too hot for the press. They are confident about finding this out. Fang drones back from A. They haven't got too much info anywhere but cave right now, but that's well enough to see in through here to the B site. Shane, he's going to be loving that. Find Swisher lurking out, and it'll be these 4 guns to save here by M80 as they just simply chose wrong, and getting info will, off that gamble, go up to 2-0.
Yeah, they started this round very default, did M80, but given no further information and getting info, taking late mid control, they just stack up the A side. I actually think that was a good call. It just doesn't give them the round win. Swisher had a whole ton to do if he was going to be able to delay enough for there to be any reasonable choice at a rotation. That doesn't happen. Getting info doesn't happen again. They will not repeat the mistakes of Overpass. They hang on solidly to this second round. Takes a pistol plus the next. That is a huge difference. When we're talking about like the T side there for M80, they got off to such a strong start because they stole that away. Now getting info will get the true value out of their pistol and the follow-up.
Just get to go again, simply. Another SMG in the hands of Lake. And that'll be all well and fine. And to be honest with you, I think it was that sort of pace that I was criticizing in the obvious wait about that time, but I think it shows a lot of respect here about this Ancient, knowing that it's not your normal beast on the other side, right? Getting info or used to just running over any other regular tier 2 North American team. I gotta take this one with one hell of a great assault. But these deagle frags that have already came through. Look at the HP that has been drained, but he has to hit on that spray, and it's so hard to do so with a new MP9. Yet Lake does, and puts it into a 2v2 Marky here with the full HP is going to have to do the most as he comes back in through a smoke. And now with that jump, he's going to be heard. Thankfully, a Molotov right now on top, and they've got this smoke. 10-second defuse, though, would be their bane, would just bring them back. Contact made, and I think Slump might have just saw both players. They play around with it. They even get Slump. There's just too much to do here. 10-second defuse attempted again, and Lake would have to find a second. This is concerning now. 5 seconds left to find this last shot. Sidearm pulled here for getting info, who get to collect 3 in a row through a 1v2, their most experienced member.
Yeah, but they cut down 4 of the getting info members in the process. They nearly get a chance, and a couple of SMG kills in the mix as well. That's extra bonus. There's lots of additional cash that's rolling around in the pockets of M80 after that one. They get the most out of what they had. Those 4 weapons saved, some pistols, some SMGs. It's all good at the end of the day. M80, first guns out and ready to roll. Round 4.
Waiting on that up, taking that fight straight up. Plump walks out, and the correct response here. Snap and the boys were trying to tee up this A play at a proper timing. First real gun round here. That card pulled. That play denied.
The big opener for Slacks. I actually like the way getting info are setting that up. If Slump got that kill, they would have accelerated. Instead, they slow it down, look back towards mid as Slacks picks off another and falls back to another deeper position.
Shane slides over with the bomb in his back as well. So with the utility that they have here, they just have to go for a simple choice. One of the last remaining on the menu right now. The Swisher refreshes on that smoke, but it's Shane in this B site and finding kills that he shouldn't. With a second right here, and that can make things a whole lot more realistic. With contact made on the Marquee, just drops that incendiary sin. Doesn't want to take a risk at all.
30 seconds left. Getting info gotta go. This is a way slower pace that they are currently teeing up as a whole on Ancient. Very big surprise in that fashion.
Open that smoke, and it's just a brief look. Shane continues to slay right here on B. It's a triple that he's got out here, and this has just made this round from impossible to just that. They're making it all the way through round 4 with hope still equipped somehow in the 5 versus 3. A flash that Marky, he's going to detect. Going to need to be the ace from Shane right now, or he just needs to hold on long enough. HE on his back, and it's Hex toting on that AWP. Can't quite make that shot happen. They could potentially line up, but it is Hex that takes care of the scenario. M80, they work their way up to their first CT round. This one in a very costly course, but they'll take it any way they can get it.
I mean, it will, and like I said, I don't think it's that big a deal. They actually had a ton of money coming into that round because of all the extra kills that they got and the bonus from the MP9s and such. So they can rebuy it pretty comfortably. Only Lake Sin is a little bit lacking. Shane with a valiant effort in that round. He put the team on his back after Slacks hit the 2 opening picks.
Wisher, he needs an opening kill just like that, and now they're going to have to really work with what they are construed, and it's getting info that have to do the same thing off of that kill. They need an aggressive play. They try and do so up the ramp. Setup is still aggressive, even on that other side of the coin. Slump now bottled out, and he's even been spammed up. 2 in a row here for getting info. Was all the way adjusted, for M80. In a 2v5, I'm not sure with Shane not present with us, this thing has a chance.
Yeah, especially not with how separated these guys are and both of them spotted. So a lot of information. M80 played getting info on this map back at the Pro League qualifier. 13-9, the final scoreline favoring M80. This was not a part of that successful getting info run when they first beat this team. Fang on one side, Slumps recovered an AK on the other, but neither of them get very far. Swisher, love to see him elevated with a lot of utility of support. There's flashbangs coming over from Shelf to help him fight through as he nades through the smoke and bites towards lane, catches him off guard. If Getting Info aren't going to play aggressively, M80 certainly are willing to. The team that can match pace and Getting Info, as I've been highlighting, it's very much not looking like the Getting Info that played against Marsborne. And I don't know if that's just a confidence angle or if there's something else going on, or if they just are thinking they probably can't be running the same thing against M80 that they did previously.
Yeah, I think it's that. I think it's the nuance of knowing that, A, this is, you know, obviously not your normal beast that you're going to obviously see in a Thunderpick tournament in a tier 2 space. It's, you know, very rare you're going to get the opportunity against M80, sure. But in doing so, it has not been with the speed that you normally sent it with. I mean, getting completely kind of tossed out of it. Now you're going to see to the Glocks and see which way it does go. Leaks into CT. Maybe Slacks with another point at which he can highlight. A Sin nade flies through and takes that course from all the way down. Maybe even another into the site. Lake trickles through from B as well and gets that down. No casualties out here for M80, but I agree with you, Vincent. It's got to be Getting Info, tripling themselves up.
Yeah, and listen, I think that it's valid to understand that you can't do exactly what you had been previously, especially just like on this map and in general, that pace of play we talked about in the pre-show, it just doesn't work the same against M80. Once they recognize what you're doing, they're going to have very fast adjustments themselves. They've seen that before, and they can handle it. That being said, what is this team without a little bit of that pace? It's almost as if they lose their definition. So I think you got to figure out a way to maintain some of your identity whilst making changes, and that's clearly tough, especially with a sub.
They're on a timer. Down 0 in this series, 0-1. And needing this Ancient more than anything. Swisher, and bold remarks there from Cheetah. And normally I would expect Getting Info to have one player like Steeman swinging through this. The aggression that, you're right, is a bold, the most important, probably the most notable part of their identity is simply missing. And when it's that type of stit, I mean, you're going to have to turn it 0 to 100 and just find where back you were getting all of these rounds on your Ancient before.
It's crazy that they missed that house smoke, to be honest. Slacks not going to punish them. In fact, Markey gets closer and closer. Doesn't get tagged by that. They didn't hear anything. M80 goes searching. Be under pressure as Swisher re-clears, but now Slacks joins Hext. Double up towards Brokey. Markey's the other side of that. Sin's hearing all of this.
And he's decked. Markey wins his fight. And now at a 2 versus 4, are trying to turn it around again. Slump the trust on the spawn plant. And it's such a good decision because the cover needed to come through from Cave. M80 of that walk down and adjustment to a lead. 4 in a row, they put to the 3 of Getting Info. And now that sounds perfect.
Getting Info, getting that pissed around, making it look very nice. And they even consistently find a way to pick up the second one. You thought all was going right, but M80, once the guns come out, they let the gameplay do the talking. Fast out mid, it's an A split, and Hext has not got his gun out.
Black's got to beat pace with this because they're going so fast up that track, but right now the whistle is blowing for them to stop. There's something that's going to be just met here at the B site. Finally, the threat by Swisher has came all the way up. This bloodbath continues with the Galil in the site. Potentially the Canadian can just get a plant and pivot off of this to a little bit of coverage. Has 54 and has to survive the horde as they sprint right at him. Not enough bullets to make it happen. They'll find him through the wall at the end to survive here before M80 as they just fall off the flood there. The Tech 9s in the B, they survive.
Well, there it is. A little bit of that identity coming back. Hex so surprised as he's getting sprinted down, off timing, at least slightly off timing. We're getting info out mid to get the flashbangs in. And Hex not ready to fight. I think that's a pretty good win for a Tech 9 round. 3 kills plus the bomb plant. It's Symphysis' turn on the microphone. 5 straight for M80. He's going to have to explain to the team how to get back into the mix.
I think this is a telling test, these first 8 that have turned this way for M80. We noted in our pregame, in our pre-show rather, that, I mean, obviously getting info feels like they have more firepower than M80 sometimes, right? The way they shoot against some of these other teams, it's absolutely a fireworks show. I think you can, absolutely put that as a factor right now for, a rocky Wildcard and NRG on that other end. And living up to this, they're not even letting them get in comfortable to have that type of heat, because look at the way they're laying it down, sprinted up the ramp, boosted up the hill. It is Lake that gets 2 on that, and it's the entire B play wiped out in 30 seconds.
I mean, M80 started this being relatively passive at B. They were expecting getting info to define the pace of this game. They thought that they were going to get the version of getting info from the quarterfinals. And they haven't seen that. So now they pick up the pace. Now they play the definition game. And they send Lake exactly where he wants to be. Fast fights. Deep into enemy territory. It's where he thrives. And thrive he does in this round. M80 are putting a timer on it. 50 seconds and waiting for Shane and Marky to start this 2v5.
I mean, it's plays like this that perfectly illustrate how bad M80 had this chokehold over getting info. 1v5 here for Marky himself, and without the Funky Bunch, can't even find a way to continue. I mean, this is not even close. There's not a length of a statement, the beginning of such here for Stab Squad. Vincent, I'm missing the clue right now.
Let me clue you in. I mean, M80 just showing their depth that I talked about that elevates them ahead of pretty much every team right now in this event. That's why they're the uncontested front runners.
Bang could be so prepared for this with the health. Sees a barrel, has a headshot onto Hext. Swisher wins his fight up into Cheetah, but look at where the bomb is on your minimap. Finally, they have called up this play again since round 4. And they just find an empty site after the aggressive mid stance. But Lake is trying to actually provide every single hand that he can towards middle on his own. He's just thrown out of the conversation now, but a 3v3 that just opens up. Marky, he falls back to the more passive positioning as they realize it's going to be a hard hit from M80 back. Slacks finds this room, and Swisher all the way will swoon. It's going to have to be Shane that brings back what he did over on B earlier. The heroics that had these first 3 rounds. As he swings, he gets this headshot onto Slacks, but it's Swisher that has that all the way poured on. It's sweet, and a triple to put getting info to their feet in the 7th for M80.
I mean, it's the first best opportunity getting info have had to win a round since those opening 3. And even that is too much to ask. Swisher dominating in his position within Jaguar, within Cave. He's been incredible, but now needs to come up clutch. Does so, trades his teammate Slacks in the late stage of that round, and Shane doesn't even start. Run of rounds is now 7 deep for M80. Getting info, their bomb plant allows them to continue buying.
Thing slips right past this process, and they're just going to go on it. This is more like it. This type of energy, not taking heat from anybody. Fang on this type of timing. He puts this smoke forward, and I wonder where this fight is coming into Swisher. It's taking so much time here in Cave, as now they finally catch up to him. But Lake, he's got a double on this. Notices there more out from the A4 as they're holding on with this, because all of the utility left on the Hex is still denying the mystery of it because the bomb has not even been picked up. When they get this far, it's going to be a problem. Hex at this position, he's going to find the wall bang and slump. Fang, they're going to have to adjust with this reloading player in the corner. Now that will be easy work to it. Getting info. They are denied back that play from A again. Shut right out, so they run it up towards B, and that's more like it.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we know this Getting Info team to be willing to do. M80 heralded into a false sense of security by how passive Getting Info have been. As they start to pick up the pace, I'd call it too late. But we're in the final round of this half. Leads to Gimmick that gives them one victory. They need another.
Swisher, this is going to be a sweet stance. Nade brings that smoke just open enough. Divine slacks all the way over and get that stand. It was snap over on that cave press, and so easily, so quickly. And the game feels rigged against you. It's Getting Info that will just be pushed to their feet. Shane practically has his ankles blown off right now. Can potentially wiggle around this smoke, but I mean, at this point, you're just hoping for your life to live long enough so that Fang can actually use this positioning. How those two kills appear right here, all the way on Shane's screen, I do not know. But the round is blown back open with an entire minute to work. It's so unfortunate that the utility, rather the rotation, is coming in through here in the middle. Fang is not going to have a word back in.
Yeah, he's got literally no impact in this round. Unfortunately, Sin has volleyed himself off, but that spam from two different angles will corral Shane back into the site proper. Bomb gets planted. It's for Fang, but that's going to give away the game. It weren't clear enough that the smoke fade. It's all done and dusted here in the first half of Ancient. M80 rocket their way to 7 straight rounds after Getting Info in the pistol. They take one back, and they're at the end of the half, but 8-4 is the final score at halftime, Mark. That is an absurd showing from Getting Info compared to what we saw just a day or two ago.
Compared to what we saw last map, I mean, their T side, you said it yourself, was a lot better than what we expected. And even on the back end, right? They got a couple rounds there while chasing down the 12 of M80 and were able to, like, I feel like put themselves in a process where I felt like we were really believing kind of in Getting Info coming into this map based off of some of that energy that literally, did they leave it at the door? I'm not really sure where this went wrong. After the swoop that was just cleaned off of the board of the start, there's been nothing to come back their way in terms of what Shane may be finding another mystery double there, but he couldn't convert it into a B round like he did earlier in the half.
I mean, I don't know that Getting Info ever had the energy that they had in their quarterfinal tonight. I think that their T side looked a lot better, absolutely, on Overpass than I thought, but that more to do with, I think some work that they've put in, on the back end.
Yeah.
I think they clearly have done some practice, gotten a little bit more comfortable, probably just straight up more reps as well, like if I'm being very honest. So, here on Ancient, they feel uncomfortable from the beginning. A lot of reasons that we talked about, won't go over those again, but take your pick. The numbers game at the end of the day, and it's 8-4 favoring M80.
Unfriendly game at that, especially compared to where this Ancient went before. It was a lot closer. The only Ancient, in fact, that Getting Info has dropped since Nav's return to this core has been, clean wins up until they found a close one versus M80 over back in the Pro League qualification. Been thrown right back. I feel like Getting Info are always a team that, under this trio, this group, whether they're playing with different players right now, obviously with, Marky and Fang, obviously Carson now in an M80 jersey, NRG. They're always able to match up against teams and have a chance to, provide their energy for an upset. I just didn't feel that at all here. And I feel like that's really disappointing, at which, literally a week, 10 days ago, whatever it is, they were the runners up for a Pro League spot.
It would have been crazy to see this team at Pro League. Actually absurd.
More slump on land. I'm in for it.
That's true. It would have been very cool. And maybe get themselves into house this pistol round. They play for their second pistol victory of this series. That's the hope.
Bomb goes down. Next out here. Bang. Gets a second, and now this is a concern. Slacks gets one. Can potentially find the Gush here pretty quickly, and does. It's going to have to be a 4K out of Hex, as he may see to a USP rather quickly. Yeah, sees the USP headshot out of Slump. Getting info. They got another pistol. You can go ahead and, wax poetic about this one. Has this been a problem for him, 80 Vincent?
It certainly has, man. Like, it's not a problem for them against a lot of teams, right? You lose most of the pistols against pretty much anyone here, and that's fine. But as we get higher up in the competition, that will be an issue. It mostly non-issue because of how consistent these second round wins have been, though. Bomb plant, they're gonna get not as much as I thought. A lot of utility that they invest in. Just 2 Galils and SMG, and unfortunately, one of those pistols is already gone.
A wounded M80 approaches after losing Lake towards B. One of these A1Ss is going to be chucked right out of the conversation. Well, you may be adding another body to that pile, and they do a really ugly bend of this round. Now Fang has to post at least another double like he did at the back end of this pistol. And for M80, it's just cliche. It just keeps going. What, they lose a pistol, they recovered the second round. I was looking at this buy. I was looking at the opening kill that was had onto Lake. Going, if they lose this, could potentially force an eco. Like, add this up to 6, 7 rounds. Potentially pull this, CT side start in a place where you can really come to bargain. But it's all a dream, Vinny. All an idea.
That Meister, eat your heart out. How about this for a stat?
Yeah.
I mentioned they lost 3 pistols in the series just in the quarterfinal, M80. And they won 2 of 3 second rounds. That stat's now true as well for this one. That is if maybe you're able to close this one out. Say we get to Mirage, we'll have 2 more pistols to talk about. So could be beautiful. And for now, I'm just gonna smile and nod along as M80 steal another one out. That one, honestly, I just feel like you gotta be thankful that M80 can find a way to shoot out of that one. Getting info actually had set themselves up well. They were really passive. They had the advantage. They didn't need to fight, but a well-placed flashbang gives Hex the opener and follows that up with a little bit more. That's the hard part, is even when getting info or making the right call, M80 still won.
Can only do so much against the squad that is hoping for big things internationally this year. Disappointing output at the major. And they see into their new season with a replacement for Wreck. Shane there on the ramp as that blind. Getting info, weirdly, 50 seconds rather, through this round are sitting rather well. See if Lake takes a second stint in here to Cheetah, because clearly there's interest here, and Slump can tell. Might be the chance now for Slump to crunch. Doesn't actually go too aggressively here, but it's the B guns that are, back-to-back here in Cave, and only one last link outside A.
I think good decision from Lake. Just take Donut, take this off of his teammate's mind, and now pop a smoke down. Marky's got the last real hope in this round for getting info. It's a Sim4.
These 5-7s can make things tricky here inside of the donut. And Shane, that will unfortunately fry. 3 survive for getting info for M80, excuse me, as they put up a 5-round lead here. Currently fallen from the offense. And with the new set of downs here, all they need is 3 to get this all the way up and cash out in a 2-0. Find their way to a grand finals with an opportunity to push this further in the Thunderpick World Championships.
I'll keep it a buck, Mark. I was actually not paying attention so much to the getting info finance there, and assumed that they were ecoing.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
That's
bad news.
me when my color caster's incorrect.
Yeah. Well, not incorrect. Just
shape up, pal.
Pay attention to the monies.
I'm a perfectionist.
unfortunately, it does mean that one of those 3 rounds is going to come at as close to a free cost as rounds go. USBs.
Yeah, Medi, you're going to be able to net here on the ecos. I thought there might have been the hop up here. No playing around from M80 today. Not going to make it any easier for you. It's going to be maybe just spams through those smokes for the next 20 seconds. Shane with 1 shot towards that back end. He's opened up Game Ender, but unfortunate for Shane that there's nobody here to share this space with him. He'll go down alone.
Yeah. Slump has filled in the gap right there, and I think the hopes that he can find an AK, but I don't think that's going to be available to him. And if 14 HP, he's going to have to be very far away. Now, speaking of AKs, much more reasonable chance to grab this one. Again, Marky's HP is just so very low. And they won't be able to put hands on as Sen plays defense, doesn't even get to shoot.
I'm really happy because the way I see M80 playing right now, the way this series is going, the rhythm of this current map, this is exactly how it's meant to look versus, you know, a tier 1.5 team in here in North America. I say that lightly as getting info, obviously, you know, not seeing it in any international play, but it's definitely at the, you know, very tippy top of what we have to offer here at that end. And, you know, we're M80 obviously talking about taking their course more internationally this year. This is where it should look. It should be this controlled of a stance, even against really aggressive players, really experienced players at that. Doesn't look to be one that is so testy that it's going to be out. Dude, what is that timing? Lake gets that, and potentially this is the footing that they have to find 12. Snab must be furious.
Yeah, and he's going to be even more mad when he realizes it's going B. Shane, he's going to be the only one here in defense. Actually, Slump, he's found a kill. That might be enough. Shane stepped into cave, and oh my goodness, they're going to route around each other. Shane's going to have a big surprise, you would think. Bomb will go down.
Trying to play around this the best he can. Maybe a retake scenario now. All the way forced to be played. I look at my mini-map. I see how far away Fang is. Shane sees his way up the ramp, and they're even getting ready to consider this. They found him. And Shane can't see into a single kill. Puts Shane, rather Sin down quite far, trying to fight through the smoke, trying to fight themselves out of their own damn cage. And unfortunately, they may have just turned the key and lock. It is 12 rounds here for M80 as they will rock their way to a grand finals and an opportunity at the Thunderpick World Championship Close Qualifier in $25,000.
Oh, man. Lake trying to slide the knife out in there to put a little bit more on display. 2 UMPs. There's FAMASs. Those are the only rifles that getting info can work with. Maybe we'll take the speedy approach. They do meet Fang. It does complicate matters as Lake was the only mid-prong.
Nokia goes deeper into that A site. CT be the flood point right out for Marky as he wants to stand at the bottleneck, but unfortunately, Cap screwed on here on A. They have the utility to bring this to the next level as well. Another smoke and a Molotov to fend out what's left. A duo UMP and a FAMAS getting info. They get a really good look in the quarterfinal. One of the teams they match up the best against, Marsborne. It was an absolute dogfight out there. Spoiled on their plans, but carrying forward with their invitation to this tournament with such tenacity. Hex takes this shot in the back line, and the IGL may do it himself. The MVP yesterday, and he may be the fully conversation to send it in today. They have this all the way throughout. It's quite a statement that M80 put forward in this semifinal, and they punched their ticket to the Grands.
Pushing it through and in dominant fashion. Ancient, we thought that might have been the way in, right? If there was any chance for getting info, it was on Ancient. No, not today, Ani. It's not going to be anything of the sort. Getting info, they get slapped down, my friend.
Yeah, you couldn't really get any sort of energy. You guys mentioned that a couple of times throughout that map, and I think that definitely sums up the getting info T side, where they get all of that energy to start with those first 3 rounds, and then it just feels like getting into old habits that don't necessarily lead itself to anything positive. You have M80 really dictating the pace throughout every side of the map. I always have to commend Hex as to how he likes to play the A main side of things. I think that push pull is always really nice, but it's Lake that just dominated. I think mid, he dominated lane. He was just all over in the faces of getting info, and it just felt like they could not keep up with that level of aggression through any sort of that map at any end. And then we switch over to the T side, and I think that's where everything just falls flat. They don't really have any legs to stand on after M80. I think Sin just has a great understanding as to how he wants to play some of these contact plays very well. And I think the CT side could just never withstand it. So it's very clear to me what the issues are for getting info. It's the fact that you don't have the most reliable caller in terms of how he wants to approach it from an identity perspective, and you don't have enough of a buy-in from certain players when you don't even have like a proper 5-man unit. Is Fang permanent? Is he not? How much commitment are you getting out of a player like Marky? Because to me, the only pieces that make sense right now are Shane and Slump. I don't know if you echo that sentiment, Vincent, but that's kind of how I see this getting info team from the outside looking in.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And to be honest, like, it's understandable with the fact that, you know, Fang is playing as a sub at the very minimum right now. So it's hard to have takeaways when there's all of those asterisks that you have to put. But then you see the way they play sometimes, and you wonder where exactly that energy was today. It was nowhere to be seen. And to be honest, I think it has a little something to do with hitting tab and seeing who's on the other side.
Yeah, Marky, how do you feel at the end of this? Like, what are the takeaways for getting info, and how do you think they can improve moving forward?
Look, I will probably kind of riff off exactly where your point was just for one moment about Slump. I think that, you know, where you have the conversation coming into this tournament with a player like that, I think this guy has raised his stock a whole lot. And if you can focus on guys like him, like you said, kind of the core of where this can come through. Shane had a really nice performance in this tournament at points. I think you give them your commiserations for, you know, a lot of that energy, the inconsistency lacking. But, you know, it was the strength of the ops in this series particularly. I mean, when Slump was able to get that opportunity, it was pushed forward well. So I think it's about continuing to get practice with this group. You know, one of the things that I learned from, you know, preparing for this tournament, obviously, this is one of the very first out of the player break, right? So Snav, you know, very impressively reaches into the first tournament with getting info, comes up second at a pro league spot. I mean, that's just not going to happen every time. They need some, you know, moments to get this map pool together, whatever it is. They whipped out Anubis. That's clearly a problem for them. That Overpass looked better than I thought it would today, but it's time, and maybe I think a simple adjustment to this core. I wonder what riflers they could be bringing in to spice it up. But yeah, Paladin, an interesting look from getting info here today, but I'm really liking the direction that their oppers headed in.
So M80 now advanced to the grand finals, and they await one on the other side of the bracket. Wildcard taking on NRG in our final semifinal, but we'll take a little bit of an extended break, and when we come back, that barn burner, I mean, I guess you can call it a barn burner. I don't know what to expect, really, but I'm sure you guys will want to see what actually happens in just a little bit. So we'll take that extended break, and we'll see you back in about an hour and change.
steals the kill. The last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Thunderpick World Championship NA Series 2. We've got a barn burner for you today. Wildcard taking on NRG, one that's going to be hard to decipher along its entire series course, but I want to see if we can try to break a little bit of it down and see where we are all at, where everybody's feeling moving forward. I'm your host, /analyst Paladin. Joined with me is Vincent and Mark. We'll get straight into it. We'll get into the rosters. I want to structure this a little differently. Vincent, I want to talk about Wildcard first of all, and I want you to give me one thing that makes this roster as exciting as it can be. And Mark, I want you to give me something negative that you think that can be worked upon, which might make them fall in the semifinal today. We'll start with you, Vincent.
All right, so I think it's got to be the fact that, Stanislaw is back for now at the very minimum, and bringing in Peeping, this was a move that I was so excited. The rumors were, we're there for like a while, and so I feel like it built and built and built. To be honest, it's like delivered, even though the land wasn't great, that early showing. But here online, Peeping's back to like the exact form that I expect from him. That is a huge plus for me.
Mark?
I mean, where do you want me to start exactly? Look, obviously with all of the news in the offseason, there are plenty of things we can say about it. But I think yesterday, the one thing that I did try and put out was a statement of, if they can play good enough Counter-Strike to block out the noise, I'm going to drop stuff like that. But you know what? They started out really well. I started out on a 13-5 versus an LAG team that they should absolutely be handling like that, Paladin. But then Inferno, one of their best maps, wasn't exactly their pick, but let's be real. I mean, when you get a Nuke and Inferno twice in a series back-to-back in a series for Wildcard, it's like they get 2 picks, and they could not finish. There is something about this group right now, with all the noise outside, all of the expectations, there is got to be a reason why they're not just connecting with this. To be honest with you, it was a good third map that they did put up, Paladin, but against NRG today, this is not going to be a free walk in the park.
Well, let's continue that conversation, Mark, and I'll continue to put you under the hot seat. Now, you have to give me something that you like about this NRG roster, and Vincent, I want you to go up on the other end. Mark?
Look, okay, I'm going to have to, get in on this bat end, because you know what? If I'm going to like what NRG's got going on, I better like George. I was a fan of George when he was wearing that Nouns jersey. I saw him with the early LAN win in the year within the blue colors, but then, walked on to NRG, obviously having, changed a couple of players now. But I mean, even with the old iterations with the team, I think really performed well within North America, that he knows to a T. Right? And that's where these roster moves come down. I think it's how George within this core is going to have to move with this roster next to Carson. It has to be really good. I could go with the exotic conversation. I think that's been beat, right? I mean, he's played really well. He just has to meet expectations. But Carson is in on a role he's not used to, and he's going to need a little bit of wiggle room here and a star performance by George to lift him up. George is fully capable of that, and I'm really excited to see him today.
I think tack on to that, it's exactly that, the wiggle room, right, that I have questions about. And I think that they're valid. I think they've been validated by what we've seen from NRG, both at LAN a few weeks ago in Windsor, and now online as well, where they've been decent to good, but not great. And there's some signs of some bad habits that feel like they are kind of coming back into this roster. One where George and Carson, I see a little bit of that Nouns DNA, if you will, within this. And I think that the role changes are under the microscope, and for good reason. I don't know that Carson necessarily will be able to make that adjustment, even though he's made adjustments in the past in his career. This is very different, and I'd like to see it work, but I still have questions.
So we can clearly note for the viewers at home that this one is completely up in the air. I mean, we have so many positives that you can bring forward for a team, so many negatives for another, and this is the veto that we get, which is just going to cause even more confusion, I'd argue, in a sense. You get the pick out for Wildcard with Nuke. You have NRG with their classic Dust 2 pick that they want to use, and I think it's a perfect counter. I mean, for both of these teams respectively, countering effectively and getting their own pick. And then we have that glaring third map decider of a shared basically shared, I guess, permaban, if you want to say, of Overpass that is lying in wait. Neither of these teams have played it in the last 3 months. Vincent, now that you have the veto in front of you, how do you think or consider the way these chips fall?
I think I lean Wildcard a little bit. I think I liked more the upside that Wildcard showed me in their quarterfinal. And I think that for me, Overpass feels like it is more towards Stan and towards the style that Friend likes to play and towards the ideas that Wildcard, at least, you know, from their past, would be happy with. You know, this is a Nuke map that NRG haven't played with this iteration. They haven't played this with Carson and Exotic yet. So I just don't think that they are going to have too much to show us on this one. And they bodied lag Wildcard on that Nuke map. I think Dust 2 is likely NRG's, but on Overpass, I think that's where we actually will end up. And I think that Wildcard are the favorites for me, given this map pool.
Do you echo that sentiment, Mark? Because to me, personally, I just feel as though I want to back the IGL that has made Overpass his home turf in rosters previously, and I'm curious to see what he can do with this roster. But I'm going to take NRG. I want you, Mark, to see where you want to split this vote towards.
Yeah, I don't know if I just got to join my co-commentator. I'm really excited about this Dust 2 being up right next door for Wildcard in a history. I remember, like particularly kind of the turn of, last summer into fall. This was a map that was really a really clean part of their pool, and especially within the regional space out here. So I think if you're going to get the best of Wildcard today, yesterday was really ugly. There's a much more positive sentiment that's going on in the NRG camp. I think overall, it's not like they had to, pretty of an affair either versus Aether, but, with a clean Nuke win, if they can get peeping going early, especially on that T side, I'm not loving the roles that he's in on playing ramp by himself, but I mean, he was going crazy. He had like 180 yard, just like so naturally farming outside. If they can get him going, rolling into a Dust 2, then right after, I think it's going to be a bang bang 2-0 for Wildcard.
Wow. I mean, yeah, I think the biggest issue for me is the shortcomings of Wildcard on Dust 2. I think that map for them was very worrying to me, but we'll see what happens when we get to Dust 2. First, we've got to start on Nuke. It's our barn burner semifinal, the last match of the night. Vincent and Mark, enjoy.
Let's get it, Mark. This is going to be a good time. NRG and Wildcard, two teams that really haven't looked themselves, and for very obvious reasons for Wildcard, less obvious ones for NRG, but regardless, we're gonna find some answers here. This was the NA matchup all throughout the first season of this year, and now they come together at the start of the second.
Gotta get past one of the brightest brands in NA if you're gonna want to make a grand finals, see into the most dangerous team, M80, untouchable in this tournament. You gotta prove you're gonna be ready for that weight class after the hectic offseason that both of these teams have gone through. It's been a crazy beginning of the round for Wildcard. They've gotten down the vent, but at what cost? They've lost Peeping and Friend along the way. An Exotic that's going to try and bull in. He'll do exactly that. He was an assassin on the pistols yesterday and was just so good. But where exactly is this bomb? It's going to be here back at the site. And Exotic, he's got a couple bodyguards around him to make this a clean defuse. NRG pick up a pistol round, pushing back against the T's.
It's crazy that Wildcard is just like not even on B when they plant. Yeah, they had the numbers there initially, but caught in transition. So two players still up on the A-bomb site and trying to lurk in yard. Little bit questionable from Wildcard. And so NRG will take that one, and a lead. We'll be looking towards, for me at least, looking at NRG, they've been in good stand on this map before, but recently, I mean, it's just been bad. And they, like I said, they haven't played it with this iteration, so I'm happy to be wrong, but I think that it's going to be a prove it type of game for NRG if they can find a victory.
Bro taps through a smoke, he finds the South African. And they'll continue to bull this outside. I'm really excited to see Friend again today. His brights were so damn poignant in the games yesterday, but the lows were really ugly at some points. And I mean, this is a guy that has all the cause to come into NA, just absolutely wreck in the server, man. He's played on great teams, as you mentioned yesterday during the broadcast, with, practically, most of the plow, right? Who's he not played with on that core? Pasha, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely cool, right? To kind of have that. And like I said, that's why,
For sure.
I don't know, the headlines for this pickup were like, Wildcard elevate Academy Opper. And I'm kind of like, yes, that's not incorrect, but also a little bit reductive. Where this guy has been in the past. Down onto the B site, not a lot of time, but hidden away is George with this UMP.
Yeah, he's loving what he's hearing over now. Can take a friend peek, but it's going to be a second too late. Oh, he actually got the denial on the plant. JBA going to be without a flag in this pull. Right here, got to get up to it himself. And goes for a bold plant upon it. Nitro just has to make sure he's going to be that bold himself. There's no other choice. NRG survived with 3 players here. And on a wild card force that does not pay off, it's Stan that's going to be back to the notepad. Didn't have his rifle round delayed for one more round.
Some people will call this backtracking. I said wild card, I think 2-1. And you ran for wildcard 2-0.
I'm a believer.
Which I think is absurd, because if NRG win Nuke, I think it's NRG 2-0.
I was really concerned with that performance on the Mirage yesterday with Aether. It was really a tough one, but their obvious first kind of match back from LAN. You're in an official that is obviously grinding away.
Are
nice
we
shots
for real?
Outside?
Are we for real? That was like 2 weeks before.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. That is the epitome of winning ugly, is what NRG did yesterday on Mirage.
My excuse list is not too long for a team like this, so as it should be. They really have nothing to kind of pull back on. Those are series they're heavily favored in. Peeping, finding Bro here, and they are clipping them at the wings and at the head. This is exactly why you signed this young man. The head hunter for Wildcard pulls on the jersey, pulls up the Thunderpick, and has got a quad to pull the first round into red and blue.
And it wasn't, there's no real easy shots in that either. It's just head after head that he takes one by one, where they're jumping, falling, or moving. Peeping does it all. NRG knocked down a peg. Plus the exotics off and Nitro's M4. Otherwise, it's lesser weapons that NRG now have on offer. What a stunning round for Wildcard to steal away, courtesy of Peeping.
What? Not what I expected for Peeping to pull up with this in the second round.
Hold my M4, friend.
For real. We'll get it back, don't you worry. It would be an awkward ramp fight now, wouldn't it? Peeping will walk back for it. That was obviously, I'm not exactly a rocket scientist, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen Peeping do this to plenty of North American tier 2 talent. But dude, against NRG, it ain't gonna be too free. Goes down there on the shoddy. He was trying to pull up to a fair fight. Smoke right back for NRG. This is looking like a really good round for Nitro and the Co.
I hate to put it to him after he hits those deagle shots, but why buy the auto shot? It's such a silly gun to be purchasing in this round specifically. UMP,
a great kill reward.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It just doesn't. It's $600. It's not even as good as any of the other ones.
Well, now you've learned something here, chat. At least a bit of a monetary lesson. Bro, he has picked it up and he wants to continue it. Exotic on that AWP. He's all the way at door and waiting for George to pull up. Fortunately, mess with JBA, you're not going to get a second chance. George has to square both of these players up who are literally just set up perfect vertically. Gonna be absolutely a disaster. You walk one more foot forward and you're gonna pay for it. It's 2-2. Stan picks up the AWP out to the pole.
I like how Friend is getting active there through Hut. It's not, the irony's not lost on me that Friend actually kills Nitro from his own wall, and I think that's a little silly.
For real.
Yeah,
His
what
own
a
wall.
what a recovery though of a round that one was. Should have probably been done after those adjustments made, and then 2-on-3, a stunner from Heaven, and JBA get some work done. Fortunately, we've lost Exotic on this one, but a little technical pause never hurt nobody. Yeah, I think that for me, NRG are in a spot that the sad part is if they had kept Hext, I think they would be in such a far better position. And
well,
that's
they
why
didn't want to do that.
Well, and that's why it feels a little sour, right? And that's not to say that it can't work here with Carson. I just think it's going to take some time. And so it's that possibility that tantalizes me.
Hex got a better job, if you ask me. It's to go work with NA's best. M80 likely to leave, Complexity probably soon. Jakey stuff at the major. Didn't have their full 5, Holzer. I love you when we see you back, but, I think that's not really a hot take, to be honest with you. M80 are loaded into this next part of the year and are motivated as hell already in our finals.
When is the last time that you saw a player get cut from an organization and immediately get picked up as an upgrade in the next org and with a better team, arguably? Not even arguably. It's not really an argument. When does that ever happen?
I could probably give you an answer.
Ross? Like,
yeah, probably.
Like, yeah. That one's a little bit unfair, though.
It is.
It's not the same, but...
No.
At a tier 2 level like this, I just can't. Ani has suggested Magisk, which is a fair one, to be honest.
The best in the history. Up to the Danish organization. Quite a transition by the observer there. So hop on the bro. Exotic gets a dink up the vent. Friend fends them off. Bro actually does convert one of those headshots. Carson all around. Needless to say, things have changed culturally out there with results of some of their younger pickups. And that's why we are thankful to have this young man in the 50 states.
Wildcard take a lead. It's off the back of that one man's Deagle 4K. Around they had no business winning. Now NRG, a force buy and Eco later. They're back on the purchase. This is one where, like I said, I don't anticipate NRG winning this map, but Exotic's op could definitely be a huge tide turner.
This has to be the tide turner for their project. Guy whose ceiling is, touted to be highest. Some of the oppers in North America we currently have out here. Why not give it a roll of the dice? Why not give this guy a shot? Has a whole lot of experience. I think since like 2016 to 2021, pretty consistently in the tier 2 in North America. Built up a lot of experience on and off. Gonna be Bro here right inside of Mini, who's gonna have to just do-si-do and get a double into a 3v3 now. NRG recover due to one foul swoop, and they rotate here to A. Stan tapping ahead away. That's their opper, and George gone. He's going to dash down the vent on his triple, and Friend's going to join him. Nitro in a mad dash.
Faked it. They waste no time, Wildcard, in getting the numbers punched in. Friend currently watching the drop down the vent. Dan's actually joining. This is terrifying for Nitro. He's not going to be expecting both of them here. If he gets one kill, it won't be anticipated. It's not even the single kill for Nitro. Friend finish that off strong. Wildcard on the T side already breaking through.
We're all obviously excited about the return of Stanislaw And to be honest with you, his brand of Counter-Strike is not exactly in the fragging department. The last couple of days, the quarters and the semis, man, it's been really rough for him on the comeback, you know, getting back into the thick of things here. He is well inactive in the fragging conversation of this game for a change here on this Nuke. I mean, yesterday I think he popped out with like 3 or 4 kills out of the first half. He is making a mad fine impact here.
And those in circumstances where he just needs to direct. George's got support in the form of another player here, but only 1 for 1 for George at the 5-7. That's as good as you might get hope for it to be, bro. On the retreat, catches another, and now Carson's going to be in the back.
He's just seen the op walk over, and Carson has JVA that has just passed. It's going to have to be a tough task on the 5-7, but the 1 kill will do. Bro, right place, right damn time. He's going to see a sneaking couple. Doesn't actually lay eyes on, but had the audible cue, knowing that he's let up his timing. He's going to be patient with this. Standing JVA, do they even sense it? Too late for Jaba. He goes down, bro, with the triple, and the Dane has brought it back to the CT side all himself.
I mean, this CT side is running through bro right now. It's bro or bust for NRG, and it makes life very difficult for Wildcard. Whenever you kind of ask the question of who's supposed to step up for NRG on the CT side, you know, George is the obvious answer, and Exotic, you know, the other one, but bro is very much been described as like the Swiss Army knife. That is true. Put him in, and he can make anything happen.
Broke out of his second man. No! He might go down to his nade. Carson! He couldn't face the music. Exotic, he beats down with that AWP. And what exactly am I watching? Still a man advantage. Still the way of NRG. A 1v3. Sonic just standing around through all the chaos, through like 2 smokes back to back there. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness indeed. NRG catch a little break there when Exotic gets a double, makes it a little simpler, and Wildcard, who upped the pace big time with the top pop, put down quick. And I do think that, you know, that pace change was a good idea on paper. The problem is there's not the ability to recover. Wildcard instantaneously back on pistols. Now they're gonna have to play for the deep side of this T half. 1 flash and George gets nailed with it.
Oh, we'll have to look away. Exotic living on a prayer. Got 1 out here for Santa's Law, but that was a short tune. Nitro around unbreakable. He's got his USP equipped P250 more powerful. And now it'll be boxed out long range. Headshot puts Carson in a much better stance. He went down with the kill this time, and he died at least at Peeping's volition.
This is winnable. Shouldn't be, but it is winnable.
They're aware of his spot.
They're
Boxing out, not exactly so certain, but bro, I mean, he is on a heater right now. 13 kills through 9 rounds. He's the beating heart here for NRG. He is stepping up in the most important position to do so. As the outside player, in and out of these positions, I mean, he's doing so much work, and it's really showing.
Yeah, a safe pair of hands is really what bro is at the moment for NRG. The CT side looked like it was coming out to a hot start, but NRG got leveled by Peeping, and things got complicated from that point on. Wildcard will change things once more. Just trying to close the distance last round with pistols. Now they settle in. Early utility to allow a cross towards Secret, but nobody's there. It's full information. Bro was ahead of those smokes, so they know that they're not down Secret.
Basic A hit, and it's just a little bit delayed. Here is the second layer. It's got to go. Nitro, he can handle himself here. With this A4, he could line up a triple, but Sonic, he's had enough of this. Carson, what a movement. friend. He's got a chip at the end of this, but you've got nothing else to bargain. NRG are turning up the heat here on Wildcard's map pick. This is a very concerning front. On here to a half buy at a bare minimum. Round 11 ain't gonna get any easier.
You know, this is something for NRG that, like, Nitro brings as a leader that, like, almost no other team in NA has. Like, I mean, realistically, like, very few other teams in general have. It's like his reliability on the CT side to, like, lock down on this map specifically, but, like, in general, to lock down a site is crazy. We saw that yesterday when NRG played Inferno. He was 15-5 at halftime, locking down the A-bomb site there. And here it's the same situation. He just backed himself. You know, hard fight to take sometimes for the CTs, but it's a perfectly timed Molotov that stalls Wildcard. They don't have enough utility to re-hit upper as the second chance falls flat. It's Nitro who just destroys the first man out of hut and follows that up with some good work playing off of his second teammate. That's something that not many teams have from their in-game leader.
Gotta keep onto those in-game leaders, as you might think. Wildcard, they're sprinting out to A. Gotta run through this Molotov. George Nitro at this toll booth. Well, everybody is going to get something out here for it. Bro doubling up. He is on a feed right now. Peeping on that other side. At least keeps him away from a 17 for now. 1v5. The young gun would have to capture, and that's asking a little bit too much. Round 12 here is going to turn on to see into the very best. That can be a 7-5. NRG are looking damn good on Nuke, and I haven't seen them look this good on Nuke in a good minute.
It's not just that. I think Wildcard losing a little steam too. I don't think that any of the misdirection that they've sort of have tried to pull off in the last 3 rounds has worked. It's because Bro is so fast at making decisions in main. He's constantly, like, looking yard. So whenever Wildcard actually played towards upper, which they have in these last 3 rounds, no one's thinking that it could be yard. There's just 3 players on A, and that's like the bigger issue for Wildcard. So they slowed things down, and NRG look better for it.
I think the round that really stood out for me was, I mean, that really lackadaisical A hit that they committed to after being denied on some of that utility. It was really one note. That note is punched. It's that 7th up on the board here for NRG. And, I mean, at a current pace that cannot be matched, the star level was seemingly, you know, out here to be discussed between Bro and Peeping. Yeah, this went one way, Peeping went another. Not to say he hasn't had great shots, but, I mean, this is quite a competition here outside, and it's swayed one way. Exotic, oh, he's gonna get crazy out here. He's pushed up all the way so close. I want to see if he finds anything on the other end. He's got Sonic with the hook, and he has just reeled in the opening kill for NRG.
And the hard part for Wildcard is that there's
unreal stuff.
There's no conditioning out here. That's the issue. There's just been utility that hasn't had any bodies to follow that. So Exotic has been able to do whatever he wants, and now that continues. Opening pick plus, but Wildcard are down secret, but at a hefty cost.
Bro, what a rotation. Perfectly timed smoke. Down for a 15-second tally. Wildcard, what do they decide? Really good flash that pushes the Dane back. A Molotov that is not going to stop them. Oh, what a nade. Bro is bullying them right now. And he continues up at the buttons, pressing out 2 enemies. It's going to have to be Friend here all alone. 8-4-half boxed up. Whether the Bull has got anything to say about it or not, the bomb in his back, that's a bare minimum. But Carson up top, and they'll put a stop to this before it even gets started. What a performance out of NRG out of the gates.
I mean, what a performance out of Bro out of the gates. I think that that's the defining factor. And how could you say anything else when he's 18-7? Like, those numbers are mind-boggling. 8-4 half, though, very good stuff. And Wildcard, really disappointed, to be completely honest, and how they fizzle out. They were looking good. Those 4 rounds in a row that they put together, I know that it comes at the outset of that 4K from peeping, and that's not replicable, but they take advantage of it, and I really like the way that Stan was calling in those next 3 rounds after this one. Unfortunately, right after that, it felt like they got lost in the sauce. You know, multiple upper hits with just a cursory amount of utility out in yard. And it's, you know, funny enough, that one round that Stan, like, failed them, like, shot them out of, that was the last one that they got. I think that Wildcard, for as much as I gave them credit for this T side that I thought they were going to put together, it wasn't there.
Say that well. Oh, I remember when that happened. What a shtick. Please.
It's kind of sad because this is so different from what we saw against Slag yesterday. Like, none of the late lurky, you know, deep door pops or like anything like that was here for Wildcard's T side. I don't really understand what changed.
I mean, especially because of, like, I mean, they don't even throw one set of outside smokes that they take. I mean, that was literally the default approach into refreshing the simple 1-2 and then the diagonal wall, right? Like, I mean, this was a simplistic look at even was a crooked book yesterday, right? And, you know, the discussion that we had was, yeah, it's going to be weird looking. Stan brought back all the chicanery that went along the offseason, right? Like, they're here now. They'll start to bring it back from the deficit. And even where at the beginning of this half, I'm going, dude, Stan is getting involved in the fragging department. This isn't going to be a competition if they get this just into simple fights. Doing way more than they have to, Vinny. And right here at an 8-4 deficit, how do you bounce back? It's going to require a pistol. It's going to require some great shots.
Yeah, pistol, not necessarily a requirement, but I really feel like it is, even if that's not the mathematics of the whole thing. Group towards ramp. That's the game plan. Pistols hot with some further performance for NRG out in yard.
Need a 4K out of peeping. Not particularly the pistol. He did it on before, but right now he tracks the bro hop into a 3v3. It's Stan that will find Carson, who was just the thorn in the side of outside. JBA quickly rotates down the vent, and it's these double doors that are going to be broadly fought for. JBA taps 2 heads and brought together. Going to have to be all the way up to 23 frags for bro if he needs to get this clutch down. Separated from 2 targets, bro could potentially do it. He's got a 20-second in front of him, but JBA has also been so hot in this round. JBA needs to hit the crown particularly, but bro just gets away on the lamb, avoiding the cuffs of JBA again.
Oh, he wants to go for the double fake. And it's kind of going to become a triple fake because it's going to take so long to get through lobby. The JBA might start asking questions, but he's committed. Keep onto the site. He walks into lobby too. He's both ways. JBA reads bro like a damn book. JBA with 3 kills finds Wildcard, a pistol round to talk about for the ages. And I gotta mention that NRG, they had the B bomb site. You know, understand that they want to take double door there, but it's such a heavy cost that they pay in order to try and do that. JBA, give him 1 chance, and he nails 2 headshots.
Gonna bring up team morale. That's gonna send Sonic and Stan right back. The rest of this core, they can rely on the young man for a little bit of pep in their step. And I'll address kind of Sonic again, who obviously you were looking to be very much involved on the rifle. And I'm not going to repeat like that's a symptom of Sonic. I think I'm going to echo your sentiment of not really pitching the right plays there for that side now that they're basically out to, you know, dust NRG on an aim map. We'll see how Sonic succeeds. He's got big garage positioning out here with an A1S and potentially the Glocks to approach him.
Yeah, I don't think these Glocks are going to have too much to speak of.
They're tricky right now, though.
Yeah, fortunately, doesn't matter as much how tricky you are when there's just no firepower behind it. Wildcard, I can't understate how much that pistol round really helps to set them up for success for these coming rounds. Otherwise, NRG likely to start running away with things. Now Wildcard are much more likely to be able to find some solace.
Good clip up top. Standing peeping. Finish that job off. Wildcard get the easy ones out of the way pretty quickly. In a positive sense. Now NRG, I don't think they're gonna, be very concerned with that. Wipe the sweat off the brow. Now they get to bring their best here. And it's been a little bit of a minute since Wildcard has gotten to see a Nitro-led squad operate on a nuke.
See what that looks like. Like you said, been a while. Not with this this set of players, as I've talked about a couple of times, which, to be honest, probably is kind of hard for Wildcard. JPA, oh, this is very scary. It is, but there's more to be had. It's 10 steal set away from peeping. Lobby Crunch working out.
Exotic only has one official back on Nuke, and it was a really shaky performance he had. It was a rough series that Getting Info had against Blue Jays out there. But obviously wondering how he's going to operate on this T side. Pretty effective on the rifles yesterday, to be fair. Got to wonder how they're going to pitch this up in the 4v3, though. Being the way that Dan and the boys just stand still, connecting into lower now, kind of at the speed of how kind of kind they would like to pull it. Keeping looking back in the way, he's not going to have eyes on this.
Carson's made very deep moves down into the ramp, but I don't think that's going to pay dividends. The payout's negative on that one because Friend's the only one down on the lower bomb site. They let this happen. New Wildcard. Unmoving for the time being until Friend calls him into action. That's now.
Goes for the perfect play, and he has boxed out that bomb plant. The pole stands so solid at this single door, and Carson gone. That's the round out of the concern for Wildcard, as NRG got boxed out. They're not checking on their wristwatch in time. Bro survives, has hands onto one AK, but this is a trio. But more importantly, the first gun round boxed out here by Wildcard sends NRG back to the drawing board in weird financial standing.
It's a statement round for Wildcard. They really define the pace. They go for a lobby crunch on a gun round. That's not something you see every day, especially not the first gun round of the half. That is a bit ridiculous, and it's one that catches NRG so off guard that Stanislaw gets 2, and it's a 5-on-3. Stan eventually goes down, but really impressive heads-up call. The in-game leader. Now peeping, tested again. Ooh.
Tested. Nothing out of those pistol pressing. Fiend, you're going to get that out and figure it out? I did not think that was going to connect for Friend. And it's all going to be up to Sonic here. What a turn of the tides. And a pace-setting round. The tone slap down. Let's see if Sonic can set it. Bro, he will make Sonic regret it. Just turns around. Keeps the positioning all the way in mind. And now NRG, they got the keys. They are on the road now, this T side. It looks like we hop into a quick tech.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that round, not because I think it's something that's probably going to show more to come, but peeping just a really rookie mistake. He's not even in transition. He's just in the open. I don't know if he's looking to find an off angle there or if he was just stuck between two decisions. Either way, it really exposes his teammate as they try to filter back in, and it's a mistake that Wildcard continually try to rectify, only to lose time after time. Even on the other side of the map, caught by the lurk. I think that was Carson who Caught JBA off guard. Lots of ups and downs right now. But NRG, they still have this lead. They'll have a little something to hang their hat on. And they're 1 round away from breaking Wildcard's economy. That's step number 1 for them this half.
You know, I think I briefly mentioned during the video or at some point in our pre-show that I was really kind of disappointed and mainly confused with how some of these, you know, positions were looking for peeping in the early days of, you know, stand back to the roster. I mean, he's, you know, playing positions like ramp here on this CT side where, I mean, I think, you know, peeping would probably do much better as a mini player. It's, you know, reflective of his T side positions. He may not even get tested in this round. He got bested right before, my comment being that could be a weak point out here. They could continue to expose the new member. But it looks like they just want to go for a tone-sitting A-hit themselves. It's Stan that's going to be in the same position that Nitro did so well in the first half. Here comes that utility, and it's just blown off the set by Bro. They're going to be carrying this out into the bomb site here. JBA is going to need to find a whole hell of a lot. He's got one to keep Wildcard on the hook, and Friend with great timing as he can just fade out. George, he's found JBA, and now Nitro's caught up. This next kill has it all to do. Thankfully, Peeping has kept them in the round.
He has, but it's not over yet. He and Friend are going to have to work their way back. Interesting decision here. Carson's going to be leaving his in-game leader somewhat alone. In fact, it's the opposite. Nitro just to sell a slight fake in the other direction. Peeping, respectful of it, comes through the vent. It's Friend who comes down secret initially. He's gone back. He's now investigating.
Yeah, he's buying it right now. He's going to call it fully clear. How quickly Peeping can just hop back up into this. It's not going to be quick enough. Friend, he's going to hear a hold of this going on. Carson shouldn't drop. Might expose his position, and the Opera's found out. Peeping rotating in from ramp. He's going to have no chance at the ladder here. Quickly held. Would have to be a ridiculous timing. Carson sees up the ladder and punishes his former Nouns teammate. He gets that done. And I mean, what type of member is that? You put up a round like that, Carson, that's what he did in his best moments over on Getting Info, filling in those late round situations. That's a great put out, Vincent.
It's incredible game sense from Nitro. I thought that, you know, would be a little bit more committed. That's maybe the last spot that you would kind of anticipate the Opera to be, is inside lobby. But susses it out, knows exactly what's going on. And like you said, Carson can be very good in the close. He and Nitro tag team for a massive round win. That, like I said, what was on the cards or what was set there for Wildcard is a reset economy. They work with pistols only now. NRG scale into secret, unopposed. Ram stack not seen. They don't need to worry.
They move their way up into control. The pistols will acknowledge this. George looking for the rotation out of Mini. Won't get it. They're all the way ramped up here. He'll be happy to go about it. They swoon in. Let's see how much damage they can actually cause. Looks to net a whole 0 right now. JBA still on his boost. At least he's patient. Bomb goes down in a really good tone set at the back end of these last couple of rounds. Not even a threat on these pistols, Vincent. NRG are really looking like they're about to find the end of this nuke really easily.
Last night, I walked away from the game the NRG played against Aether feeling very uncomfortable about how NRG approached the game. It's not that it was close, it was how it was close. And the way I described it is just like some of those times that you'll remember from like George and Carson on Nouns where they would just kind of be a little silly, like make silly mistakes and felt like they maybe weren't as serious. That's how it felt against Aether. And to a certain extent, that's understandable, but that continued even into overtime. This is an opposite feeling that I'm getting from NRG right now. This is an NRG that's locked in. An NRG that are playing with their cards close to their chest. And it's very hard for Wildcard to stack the deck when that happens.
Well said. They got something to say. They got to do it. They got to put up to the mic right now. Wildcard got to be loud on this show with the smokes that they're going to be seeing. And already in the vent, it popped down pretty quickly where they seem to be headed. Ren doesn't exactly get in line through, but a nade pulled and Sonic bested. Why go all the way down when you could just turn this into mini right here and just wall up the rest of the A site? Stan tiptoes out of this vent. He needs to try and get a double here. Bro, he figures it out. And Sonic just turns toe. JBA needs to be the hero that he was in this pistol round. But a caped in fire. And at the back of this bomb site, waiting for Peeping's rotation. It buys him a little bit of time. Peeping can still do it, and he does. All the way on par. The rotations work out. The hero from ramp has got an eighth.
Man, that was meant to be it. That was supposed to be NRG's. They had the right timing. Friend connected but traded. And JBA, the time-buying measures, he just dances back behind the silos and puts his faith into the new man Peeping for good reason. NRG built a mountain of cash that they're now digging deep into. Interesting. NRG want to change things. They've been a little bit slow. It's been about yard. Now they target Peeping. They target ramp. But an elevated position might be a bit of surprise in that same spot.
Yeah, they got more than they bargained for here. Friend, just one and then done. Peeping probably too late. Missed Molotov. Sonic pushed back. Rather, a decision to be made here by NRG. Easily purchasing into this ramp real estate. Wildcard have dropped a member. Make that too. It's Peeping and JBA both back down. Sonic inside a door. Stands so close. Wildcard have a very risky maneuver about them right now. And it needs to go large. Or else this is about to be just the A site swept up. Sonic, it's the first that is put out. Stan, he's alone with an MP9. I'm afraid he needed his South African help over at the door. Stan tries to revisit this, but now they have a bag back to B. A Molotov back in the hut, and the bomb picked back up. But JBA, here's this timing, and JBA will attempt this. He has to. At full belt utility. Could just try and disrupt a little bit of a timing here, as that is the end goal.
He's got a kit included. The time really of no issue. Smoke's going to go down so that they can get that planted. More unopposed, bro. Whew. I've been talking about him as the saving grace for NRG all day, all game. Well, hey, his 27th kill is in defense of the bomb planter. That risky maneuver you were discussing, Mark, well, it does allow Wildcard early warning signs. Gives them an early indication about A, but NRG, they win both fights. Stanislaus 1 for 1, simply not enough. And the JBA 1v3 attempt is left for naught, leaving NRG on map point on Wildcard's pick.
George gonna hear Stan dropping down the vent. 3 MP9s, a Deagle, and a Scout are all that Wildcard have to offer to keep their map pick hopes alive. Not where I thought this situation would sour. Nuke, one of Wildcard's best, and there wasn't even a worry yesterday versus LAG. Today, they look like a different team versus NRG as they look to ramp up into a grand final. Sonic and Stan, looks like they're holding on, trying to chase down Sonic. It's going to be a blood sport effort down here on B by 2 of these targets. Bro going to be all alone now, and they are cleaned up. Wildcard are still holding on, but it's going to take one hell of a toe to get them all the way to overtime. Look at a batch probably of Kevlar and armor here. not much money that's had here in NRG, and they can probably pat themselves on the back one more time and get that final go.
I think NRG should be buying. Exotic can drop an or an AK if you wanted, and they go AK mode. And if they don't want to do that, I mean, there's a hero rifle to be had. You're going to take the time out to get DAP's input. Wildcard stealing around out of nowhere. Like, genuinely, that one seemed the most absurd of the rounds that we've seen today. And that Wildcard just finding a way to win with lesser weaponry. Like, every time they're getting a duel, it's long and ugly, but it's still theirs. It's going to be the armor with the pistols. No hero AK like I was suggesting might be. This is a prime map to pull out a well-supported pistol armor strategy, though.
100%. That can be one of the most effective strategies that sometimes it feels on Nuke. Proper ramp pop. A righteous A hit, and you can just see the CT side out in one fell swoop. It looks to be the latter of the two options. And that was pretty successful before. JBA was the only man that had a response for it. Stan is in a nice spot to avoid this. But how does that put you out at the back of the site? JBA gonna have to hit his shots up top. He avoids it, but right now is gonna be caught on the pathing. Bro says this is too easy. Vincent, you serve this up on a golden gate for him. This could be exactly where the pop can take over, and it does.
1v5 for the game. Peeping has no choice. He must push in, push forward. But I think no. I think near impossible. He's not even got a kit, but I'm pretty sure that Stan had one.
A whole lot of noise here. Old Peeping will see what he's got. Maybe a tag for it and a little bit of respect. And NRG can just take hands off keyboard right now and ride this one away. They do. They ride it away with a deadly pop in the 13th on the board right there. Drop Wildcard's map pick into their basket. That's not how we drew it up.
No, I mean 31 and 13 though on Bro is like the number one reason. The CT side is all him. That's what I think. That's what I was seeing going through. And well, there's more to talk about. We got Paladin to break it all down.
When I talk about Bro, I think that the phrase that we always use to describe him is a Swiss Army knife, and I definitely consider that as his role. Yes, sure, but I do think that over his tenure on NRG, he definitely quieted down to a certain point where I felt like he really mixed in with the background of this NRG roster and all the flurry of roster moves that were brought towards this organization. But now you kind of see this bite back from him and a little bit more identity to his play style. And I mean, he looked like Nico outside throughout that entire Nuke performance. I mean, prime Nico. It's a guy that is so confident in his own play style to dictate the entire outer yard that Wildcard's T side looked very pedestrian throughout that entire set, beyond those 4 rounds that Stanislaw was able to create and string together. I mean, the rudimentary idea and the expectation that NRG would not go aggressive outside, would not put their op to post on top silo or deep into the back halls of outside, that expectation was there, but NRG threw that out the window. They did not agree to that in any sense of the word. They made Exotic play as forward-facing as possible. They made Bro play as forward-facing as possible, and just winning a couple of fights went a long way. It completely changed the dynamic of how Wildcard wanted to approach that T side, and all of a sudden, all you had were a couple of limp top pops and a crude attempt at taking the B bomb site now and again. But you just had some great work downstairs as well in terms of the rotations. I think George did a serviceable job. Carson was able to get the job done as well. So Honestly, I'm just impressed by the work that NRG were able to put in terms of building around Bro's presence and not just allowing him to just be that one player and not provide him with any support. They built on that idea. They adapted to the idea that Bro was having a hot streak, and I do like that. We switch over to the T side, and yes, Wildcard had some solid ideas, albeit a little disjointed. I did see these lobby crunch takes that they were trying to go through with on that first buy round that overall worked in their favor, but I did think was just a little too disjointed for my liking. They were lucky that the ensuing T approach was also not very cohesive in their own regard. But yeah, even with all that being said, even with that 3-0 start, it's that a couple of just solid half-buy calls, these pocket strats that were there for Nitro that I really had to appreciate across the tail end. And it's both those, it's the ramp take that they were able to execute on, and it was the top pop to actually end the game. And both of those sequences were very well thought out. The flight paths for Bro to charge into the back of the site, catch out the Heaven player and the top silo player in one fell swoop. I thought that execution just was very well orchestrated. It caught Wildcard completely out of sorts, and you could see that final sequence there as well. But unfortunately, this is just a Wildcard that is not prepared whatsoever. I think I definitely did not harp enough on just how rudimentary that T side was, and even on that defense, you didn't have the exciting outer presence in Sonic. 8 and 18. As your outer player, which is really disappointing to have, and frankly not statistics good enough to win on Nuke if you have your outer yard player going 8 and 18. Friend was pretty much a non-factor, non-negotiable. I mean, he should be a non-negotiable in terms of the impact that he has as a CT opper on Nuke, but in this circumstance, completely missing, not able to really dictate the pace whatsoever, did not have setup in terms of nading open outside smokes. Again, that was Bro doing a majority of the damage. Peeping, Max going 1-for-1, did not have any variety in terms of the ramp setups, to be completely honest. And when Stanislaw is leading the way with 91 DAR, it's a little concerning. But overall, great takeaway there from Bro, showing that he's not a dulled Swiss Army knife. He is one that is sharpened to the teeth, and when given the keys to the castle, he can take it to the house. He can push open those doors and showcase that he's a very important piece in this NRG puzzle. He ends 31-6-12, 136.6 ADR. That is a MVP caliber performance from NRG's Bro, top to bottom from them. And now we move over to a Dust 2, where I speak about the issues that Wildcard have on their T side of Nuke. I think those issues now get amplified to 10 to 12 in certain situations where I don't feel like they have any sort of cohesion or identity on that Dust 2. Their slow-paced, methodical approaches to the map don't necessarily work. I think Nitro is calling the tempo changes very effectively, where the pace up and the pace down both look just as effective. And of course, if you're having your third best rifler, your fourth best rifler performing in the fashion that he is, this game should be an open and shut case. I'm taking NRG to close this one in 2 maps, march on to M80, put the series against Aether way back in the rear view mirror, and say that they are definitively, or at least trying to be definitively, the second best team in this upper echelon of North America. But we'll see if they can actually grab and nab that title after this short break. And when we come back, that Dust 2 waiting in the wings.
Second map in our second semi-final here has NRG up 1-0 over Wildcard here. They just stole their map pick and sprinted away, Vincent. Wildcard are going to need some red and blue lights flickering on this second map if they want to have a final called Overpass.
And they walk into a dust, too, where they have looked downright bad. Their game, it was Blue Jays, I think, that they played in the Revival series, and it wasn't good, and it's on to NRG's home turf.
Well, I mean, that Nuke looked downright bad, and unfortunately, it was Sonic that really struggled. He gets sent out here to die right at that top middle pace, running it down. They got this figured out, and they turn this table right into lower, and they're winding this wheel potentially up into the bomb site. Nitro, he's seeing at the line of scrimmage at the double door, and just towing with them, playing around, and Stan is going to be seeing this all firsthand into the B bomb site. Exotic as JBA. Next up, Carson has found Friend, and they just box out Wildcard. NRG are here, and this looks serious. This looks stunning. This looks worrying.
Yeah, I mean, Ani had a lot of positive things to say about NRG's T side on Nuke, and I don't at all disagree with him. I think that we saw a lot of positive signs from their T side. Their executes particularly were looking good, and that's on a map that, I mean, they haven't really played in months. This is a map that they play all the time, that they love, that they are very comfortable on. GT side very dynamic. We're going to get to that later. Wildcard. They'll keep 5 USPs, 1 flashbanger on Stan's pockets. But yeah, this is very much looking to me like an NRG meets M80 in the final moment.
Yeah. Wildcard flash through on these pistols. They're going to be quickly cleaned up. Nitro falls down, have an effort to Friend, and actually Stan gets one more out onto Exotic, but you know, I think I'm on that same line of thinking. That Nuke was just, yeah, man. We were talking about it in the green room. I was saying Wildcard 2-0, but in the way that I pitched that up, it was kind of in a little bit of a la-la land, so it seems, right? And I thought I was getting off on a really good ground, seeing the way that Peeping and Stan were starting to pop off. And, I mean, JBA, it's some really good rounds there, keeping him into the game. But, I mean, Paladin said it really good on the desk, man. I mean, Sonic really, was lights out in not a good sense at all. It never turned on in Garage there. I mean, he was sitting with, like, 8 kills at the end of that CT side, end of the game in general, right? Friend was really active on that rifle yesterday on Nuke and really effective, and he was a non-factor.
Yeah, Sonic, for me, I think that he wasn't given a lot of tools to succeed on that CT side. But Friend, I think that's definitely a problematic conversation. Forward positioning from Stan, NRG, they're going to toss this hinge smoke or door smoke, either one. It's not going to matter. They've got full cat control. They know what's up. I say that, but actually this flash long, this is pulling the rotates. Nitro has 3 of them on A. This is one man exposed on the B bomb site. JBA is all alone. How long does it take them to figure it out? They sprint to Wildcard to fill in these gaps. Sonic joins the fray. He's got another smoke, and so they're going to have to go through it, NRG.
Yeah, right on time. And they push them back. Looks like they're looking back towards lower, and at this point, it could potentially check back into double doors, but it's an obvious path from Cat to A and connecting back from Nitro. He's going to see to Stan's investigation. He saw that one player. They know that now, so you got to deal with it up close and personal. Friend seeing this all back to Peeping, and he's telling him that they're coming, whether he likes it or not. Exotic, he wins this fight without even an effort back. And now stepping into the site, the rotations have thrown them all the way off. What one hell of a round on a roller coaster, and Wildcard whipped around. It went back from A to B, and this thing is all the way on the opposite site now. They've been toyed with.
The problem is the whole time, Wildcard were not just even 1 step behind, maybe even 2 steps behind, and they thought that they were ahead of the game the whole time. That's what's so cruel about this whole setup for NRG. They had Wildcard wrapped around their fingers, And in the meantime, Wildcard, they thought the opposite. They thought they had everything figured out, and they were scrambling once they found out that that wasn't true. What a call out of Nitro. And by the way, what an incredible read from Nitro. To hold for Stanislaw on the lurk through long, that is so intelligent. That's what, years and years of Counter-Strike will do. That is the level that you can come to recognize and also expect from the NA captain.
Done so well in this role, and there's only been probably one other guy even close in the conversation, and that's Stan. I mean, recently Stan had an episode that was really well timed, or poorly timed, based on the way that you see things. And Reflections with Thorin, where he even, spoke about how it's, even, having a lot of appreciation for being at this point in his career, playing against guys like Nitro, who he has respect for, also getting after it still, right? And how this gets down, obviously, they've had a rivalry for a very long time. Stan did so much great stuff earlier in his career. I mean, a guy that went toe-to-toe with Astralis and came out more often than more people can say.
Very true. Keeping the one to break open this round. It's Bro to go down, so none of these long pivot shenanigans that we've been seeing previously. Energy bust open the smoke in upper B. They don't see anything. Bomb's still outside of upper, and that's being collected right now by George. It's really, I guess, technically possible to look towards Catwalk, but the blocker smoke's going to slow him down in that endeavor.
Sonic going searching, sensing a man that shifts back towards Xbox. He's seen on two faces already at Catwalk. Friend gonna have to be ready for this. Previously was peeping alone in a spot right where Friend will drop, and he's actually gonna get one on the fold. Peeping gonna try and continue, and he does. Refreshing with the HE grenade, and he is keeping Cat up in his own control. 46 HP, and he's gonna have to avoid the Molotov. Peeping here, flaming out, but it's Sonic that gets that headshot onto Exotic. It's a really good turnout here for Wildcard. They pull their first CT round up onto the board.
Yeah, and it's off the blocks for Peeping. He was the one who broke them into Nuke initially, and he does the same thing with that triple kill, but it's in the gun round. Friend and op now. Not an opper, or not an op duel to come forward first. It's actually going to be another early lean towards B. And RG, I feel like they're searching for something there, and they're going to see what they want. They're going on this.
They are. It's straight out going to be a problem here for Sonic, who's going to have to manage it at this type of territory. George waiting in the back lines here for something as Sonic, he's taken out, and Stan continues. George is going to find nothing here through upper, as it's all going to be in front of Exotic here, and he is going to get cleaned up. Missed the action. George wondering what the hell happened. And it's a 1v3 back right now with no step about it. Keeping staring him in his soul. May not have got eyes on. And now we'll put him down. It is Peeping with a very nice stint at this B site. The rotation's over on a very well-timed punt, but Sonic maybe didn't get the kills that it needed, but bought all kinds of time.
I mean, it's actually not even about the time buying measures. It's actually the fact that NRG missed their door smoke. I don't know how it happened because we didn't get to see it, but like their door smoke went from door to like halfway down CT mid. I don't know how it happened, but anyway, they thought it was gonna pop, and they're just sitting there waiting, like stalled, and that's what buys all the time for Wildcard to arrive back, and they can just take the fights as NRG are walking through a smoking inside upper tunnel. So I don't know. One missed smoke is what changes that round, what turns it on its head, what gives Wildcard likely an equalizer in this one. There was one guy that we were talking about a lot, or I should say Ani was really talking about. I think he was laser focused, and that was Friend. We saw, you alluded to, Mark, ups and downs, right? Had an incredible nuke, actually put together a damn good train in their lag series, but man, had a awful time when it came to Inferno. He was like on the T side of Inferno, he had like 6 kills total, and it wasn't much better overall. Maybe double that for a 30-round game. So I'm eyes locked on Friend. You know, peeping is a must-have, right? You need this rifling core to step up, especially if Sonic's going to be struggling, though he's not currently. But I'm looking towards Friend. Dust 2, it may be cliche, Mark, but they gotta pick up the pace. At least Friend does.
Yeah, I think it says a lot about peeping. The fact that you're really not going to have to be really, I think, worrying about him on a Dust 2 map like this. He has so much talent that he can tote, and feeling really good in this series. It's, you know, just one less player that Stan, you know, probably has to worry about. There's a concern here for Friend in an aggressive position right now. Fades away from it into safety. And the bold start don't exactly pull exactly what Wildcard were wanting, which was something towards lower.
Yeah, I mean, safety for Friend, sure, but Sonic, he doesn't have that luxury anymore. Gone from the face of the earth for this round. JBA nearly getting caught in a spam battle with Carson. This is NRG's bread and butter. I think that if you're going to talk about their best things that they can do, it's this, like, fake towards mid B and the pivot to Cat, or vice versa. They're really good at this.
Molotov that's going to be right behind them. Peeping. He's served up on a T, but he can't even find the time. He got that flash, and he was waiting for the wind-up. He couldn't even go. Ran over. It is a paved path for NRG up Cat into A, and Peeping, well, he wants that try back. He didn't even get to have a feeling about it. Friend all alone has a quick skill for 2, maybe as a matter of a fact a 3rd, but there's no way he's getting out with this. NRG, a bully back.
Yeah, I mean, that is NRG in a nutshell. Like, their Dust 2 running through those types of maneuvers. You can see how well drilled it is. Even with newer faces, they played this 3 times at Frag. They've been here, done that. A bit of a tragic loss to Blue Jays in the quarterfinal. Not going to change the reality that they have so much to give. It's Exotic at the forefront. He's looking for an opener. He's going to be given an opportunity. No. Steps away from it. That flash successful. And now the Molotov. Oh, that's tragic. It doesn't burn. Exotic blinded in that corner. If that's a T-Molly, he's dead.
Super Molly, some would say. Exotic trying to spam on this big box. Stan and JBA in quite a crossfire. George trying to find something on this line. They must have.
That's going to give an inkling. That's why Friend is actually leaned over. He's looked in the other direction. It's pulled him off mid temporarily.
Nane does not open the smoke out. It was desired. It's probably better for Carson. Gonna see up Sonic right now. An incendiary he'll have in his hands, and the point at which he's gonna drop it is right now. NRG just had quite a successful hit up the catwalk. They may make it 2 in a row here, where the numbers are in position for Wildcard. And with one more smoke in the belt, that's going to be what's necessary, but they audible at the line, and they quickly snap to somewhere else. They're going to be right out here to a B play, mid to B, with one just stint at upper tons. They have Bro that's going to be coming in the back line, and JBA, he's standing on time. He's got this headshot, and Bro has been wiped off the map. JBA has stood tall when he had his number called. It's Wildcard that survived and bring this thing back to a tie.
I mean, yes, JBA deserves some credit, but the NRG, what is the spacing? Just really flat out bad. No one from upper is ready to fight when everyone's coming back in, and somehow NRG get tangled up in CT spawn, but nobody was there. I don't know quite what happened. We didn't see that side of the fight. We were just looking at B, but whatever the situation, whatever the problem, it ends with Wildcard and JBA on a double. A nice recovery on a round that, once again, I thought NRG set up perfectly. They had it Wildcard quaking in their boots, a million miles away at A. 3 of the 5 members were there, and it was just the 2 with a very strong split that was shaping up, yet that falls away. Wildcard exit that round looking far more flattering than I think reality would suggest.
We had one other quick tech pause. Nobody DC'd before. Not too potent of an issue, hopefully. This is a semi-final after all, and you would hate for, obviously, something outside of the game to be affecting things. I think, when was it? All the days are blending together, Vincent. When was the LAG quarterfinal? That was 2 days ago.
That's right.
There was like a huge storm that came through the region that I know was affecting Mason and a lot of guys like that, man. I can't tell you how many times in, North America or in South America we'll have some crazy set of circumstances that will have a stoppage, but everybody is working their hardest to make this the smoothest it can be. The players more than ever, because it's playoffs, baby, and we're getting this on. It's a 4-4 stint. We hit resume.
Well, and this one, a semifinal, basically a money match in many ways. The winner guaranteed at least some cash. That's not the main goal here. That's qualification to the closed qualifier. That too carries a pretty big penny, but not sure how Carson survives. It felt like that nade was right towards him, but he will. Just on a few health.
It's needless to say that I feel Wildcard need to win qualification in Thunderpick way more than NRG. I mean, this is a brand, the scene heights higher than NRG, but it's, suddenly, crashed down, right? I mean, look at just the events that NRG are qualified for in the next couple of months. Obviously, they went through Challenger League and they're qualified to Pro League. M80 took that other spot, right? Imagine they just add one more qualification to their catalog and take one more opportunity away from Wildcard. Friend here, he's put himself in a box and just unlocked by Exotic quick trades. And, he's been the one pulling this through. It's all in the Tech 9s and just on A1S picked up to George. Keep in mind, but it's 20 seconds. And Stan, he's going to be right front in the sight. Executes Carson. Exotic right around the corner. A flick shot all the way up. Going to have to be JBA again, who was just dinked up. Exotic barely tracks him, barely misses towards CT. It was so close. And the volley burns. JBA has done it. And he's going to survive on the platter just in time. George, he gets sweet revenge. But how bitter it will be. Wildcard back in the lead.
Oh, man, that Molly. It's the ticket for JBA to steal that round away. It's twice over now that JBA's been the hero. Another big missed moment from Friend. Right, it should have been a multi-kill. He gets one out of that. Let that sink in. Swing him one by one. He gets like 4 attempts at that duel. Exotic, he brings into that round big value multi-frag. He got 3. Wildcard lose everything, and it's obvious. Wow. Minute 30, and their utility belts are very low. Oh, this off angle from Friend. This is scary.
Maybe not for 2, though. Yeah, that's going to be tough. One and then done. That's a close call, close positioning. Get this up to a nice state, though. Really good opening play by Peeping and Sonic together. And they're going to have to make it happen again. Sonic on this FAMAS is now going to be all on an island. Has this pressure seen in by Bro on Catwalk. JBA, and Stan have to investigate this right now. And it seems like they're more interested in what Long has to offer. Sonic, he was trying to clip that up on the front end. That's why they didn't respond. It looks like they're turning tide and saving face towards Cat. They just made contact.
Exotic's got to shepherd this device up onto the bomb site. He's currently worried about Long, and how long does he wait that out? I mean, now he knows, but question is it too little too late? I think the lack of plan is telling Wildcard different stories, but now they're going to be locked in on this location. JBA at half HP. He's the one with the kit. As Exotic gets the reload, there's no question of his location, no question of his position.
Back in the limelight, and that's when Exotic has his best moves. But right here, he may just straight up get timing. Has to know that this is possible from elsewhere. Reconsiders, but it's a 1, and you would have to face it into 2. Stan found the kit. Now we'll find it a fuse. 2 in a row there for Wildcard. Standing off of 1 member on the A site. It was JBA. Now it's Stan. He recovers an op. Puts it in Friend's hand. This will be a good bunch of ingredients that Wildcard are going to be seeing into, especially with all the money saved up, Vincent. I mean, are we getting a little bit of deja vu right now? Is the team that is, challenging on their opponent's map pick about to put up an 8-4?
Well, maybe. That was the first really convincing round I feel like I've seen in a while from Wildcard, though. So we'll see. Check in a round or two. We'll find the answer for you.
Oh, it's Peeping that just hopped up on the box. But thankfully, Sonic was such a good spam. They have to find him eventually. And Friend, he has 1 more around that. They continue to just spray and pray. And boy, have they gotten out with the blessing. They got Friend outside of that. And they got Sonic down to 13. They will just swap out right here. JBA, he needs to have the big punch about this. They're trying to contain onto Cat. Make sure they can't get brought blank from the back. Clear this out. But Vincent, this is all the real estate that NRG need.
It is. Smokes for the cross. They've got a couple of nades too. Sonic, a spicy low HP bar. But in the meantime, Stan's clearing out all of upper and lower. He sees nothing. So the longer now that NRG take to start to scale, this A site's open for now, but they slow it down. Wildcard are getting antsy. Rendezvous up. Can't walk now. Sonic giving all of Stanislaus utility too.
He just got an audible cue on somebody. They're reading it well. Sonic off a flash is caught out by Exotic. JBA needs an even better hold here in the A site. He wants to net himself a little bit of cover, but they are already just mortaring his positioning. There is a Molotov and a nade right on top of his head, and he has room to breathe here. Nade onto the IGL, but they still got to get this bomb down and a tap on his stand. JBA is going to need to do huge things here as he is still taking down Bro. The bomb is down within this bomb site, and JBA continues to be a hero. But the S ripped off his chest as Exotic is back, and he is already making its impact. 14-6. NRG were criticized for this pickup. We talked about his picks being some of the best, and look at that. He has a great round when they needed it the most, and that denies momentum to get the best of this half for Wildcard.
And to be honest with you, NRG almost started to fumble that. They play it patiently, play it close to the vest. Wildcard work with all the maximum amount of information, and Exotic! Show me more! I'm so excited to see what this guy can provide as we continue down the road of Dust 2.
He's just turned up NRG. Sonic backs up. Sees all of the destruction ahead. As long as JBA is alive, there is a chance. However, when Exotic is playing like this, it's his turn here. What was it, 28, 29 for Bro at the end of Nuke? He's got 3 here in the first half, man. He cashed in all his tokens.
31, if you were counting.
All right. Appreciate that. Back check.
Pushes up glasses.
We need that, though. We need exactly this. A new op talent in NA. It's like the new Coca-Cola. It's not exactly new. He's been brought back after 4 years. He was Nitro in an interview over at Fragadelphia that was talking about getting him back into the meta because he already understands the game. That much was clear. He was ready to go. That's why in his first tournament back, he was the damn MVP. What is he being called out through the smoke right there? He gets spammed up quite a lot. Carson, with a full house between him and his duo, was the MVP over in the Dust 2 Eagle Masters Exotic, his first tournament back. That's what I was putting out there. And NRG, all it took. That, a vouch on their resume. You know, they called up George and said, is this legit? He's like, yeah, bring him on.
And bring Carson while you're at it. Yeah, what a recovery here for NRG. You were toting up the idea, Mark, that this could have been a wild card 8-round half. Well, NRG had something to say. Exotic more than anyone else. Impact kill after impact kill. Carson with a triple to close out the half. Now they move to the preferred side for them. CT is where they do so much good work. Going to look at usually the rotator. Going to be a big deal. But let Exotic shine even brighter on the CT side up, it seems sometimes. Hard to even point to a finger with regards to some individual moments for Wildcard, but you know, Friend missing some really big shots.
Yeah.
Not able to, and generally just playing so aggressively that he's being traded more often than I would like to see. But you look down the list and it's 7 frags for everybody. Friend, Beeping, Sonic, Stan, JVA only just a head above the rest. He had the 2 big moments. That double kill on B and the 1v1 clutch against the half-buy pistol round that included an exotic hero up.
They're going to need some type of super effort over here from one of these wild card individuals right now. You know, I can point at Friend pretty easily if we're going to, you know, praise Exotic for that. Hard to get going as a unit here. Well, we've seen the struggles both on the op and the rifle. He's going to need to bring it into another gear, excuse me. Stanislaw is about to pitch this out middle quickly. Exotic waiting. He has been such a stylish pistol player. Another smoke out, and they're just going to bring it right to him. Fortunately, they've got the positioning for it. Nitro and Bro here still left in the site, and they have a player investigating into the tons. Nitro and Bro, they get off 2 kills clean. Peeping and Stan, they wait on the other side, just stunned. Stan is a great shot, but now doesn't even have a thought in his brain. Peeping, he's flying for it, but now will be decked, his wings cut off. NRG, they have the ticket into the second half. They have all the steam that they need to get them to a grand final.
Yeah, I mean, a slow game overall here for Bro after he dropped 30 in map number 1 in regulation. He picked up the 2 kills required to shut down that attempt. He and Nitro, the duo towards B with Carson, as you said, in the tunnel, watching and waiting, but his activation barely necessary. Friend has a scout, but that's the only real investiture this round for Wildcard. Otherwise, Glock mode activate with a P250 in Stan's hands. Don't let that scout get active. That's the only thing to worry about.
Back and forth. Friend on this hero scout. Now I ask you. Okay, I was about to say, what the hell is the point of this? As if Friend had $1,700 extra dollars that he possibly bought this up from. It was Stan that got it all for his homeboy, handed it over, said, do your best.
Yeah, I think that this is actually a really cool way for Stan to just kind of put some additional faith in Friend, maybe offer up a little bit of a confidence boost, even though I don't know
trust.
I don't know that that's really working here, considering, you know, they did go searching. Friend got leveled, no damage on the other side, but you know, the intention is clear, and that does matter almost as much as the result when you're talking about, you know, the mental game.
Exactly. Here comes a flash. Was supposed to tee up bro, but cut out before that could even really be considered. It's the mental game that they've had to play hard here on the energy side. And to be honest with you, it's been their most difficult target, right? I mean, when all the pundits, everybody serving up the suspicions of how you were supposed to possibly tie in replacements with so little experience, time off of the game, what have you, into this. Going into a LAN after a first week of practice, then hopping over to Thunderpick. It seems like they're prepared, and it doesn't seem like their new pickups are phased. Exotic and Carson right now, at least when playing well, Carson online, Exotic online, they're playing well together. This is going to be a very good vibe, especially when we haven't seen the best of George tonight.
No, you're absolutely right. He's not been missing, I wouldn't call it that, but definitely not at his potential heights that we know are out there. NRG get Daps back on the mic for a quick input on this one. We'll see what he and Nitro have cooked up for the first big gun round. Wildcard still managed to get friend that up. That bomb plant doing heavy lifting and in Wildcard's favor makes it so that they really don't take a whole lot less in this round. Actually, I might do a quick revert on that. Frenda has an up, but it is glass cannon.
Yes, and I mean, I'm sure Daps and the boys going to be very happy about the point at which they get to stand still. 6-8 right here. And Nitro on a particular function, well, he's excited about what's to come on this CT side, especially from Exotic. He's emptied out here right quickly to cause through 20 seconds, and Wildcard will not pause. They're going fast here and just flashing out middle. Sonic taking some real estate, and JBA, he manages well. This is a perfect balance between middle and B, and they are just going to get into B site without anybody from CT giving it an option. You just got to save those guns.
Yeah, I mean, call this a dream round. There's just nothing gone wrong. Talked about Friend on a op with no armor, but he nails it. Exotic takes the mid swing and suicide. Friend puts him down. And it's a fast reaction. NRG can hear all the stomping up middle, the flashing, the scaling that's being done towards mid doors. And so they double push upper. Both George and Carson go down one by one. Pull at the hands of JBA. Now the search moves forward. They know where bro is. Take him out. Nitro, the only survivor. And that's unfortunate. Looks like Exotic dropping after getting taken out. Money's a little tight right here for NRG. I think they're likely to go halvesies.
Looks like Exotic reconnects quite quickly. And a man that deserves all of the praise in his direction. A 17-8 scoreline here. I don't know if there's ever been a time in his career where he's played against this type of project and it's, you know, high of an action of a tournament recently. I mean, I see in Evil Geniuses official that he had in his, you know, a few best of threes back with Nouns, but I mean, you're looking back far to 2018, 2019, 2017. I mean, it's been a long time. And Exotic seems like it hasn't even been a moment. Like I mentioned, in his first tournament back, at an MVP, at like a 1.33 throughout the entire thing. That's like his average on HLTV right now. You mentioned earlier, Vincent, you compare the ratings of just him and Friends straight up. You'll definitely get some sort of tally, but in all of that turn and that one kill that they did get, they walked up the path and they found into a free site. And look at how Nitro will find Stan. Thought that maybe more outside of B, potentially trying to escape, but they are denied.
Friend's working himself back into this game. It's a kill last round, and it's a straight up head-to-head last time. This round, not so much that, but still a big opportunity for Friend to start to build some confidence in what will be a tied game.
Terrorists win.
They get both of the AKs out. That's a huge win for NRG. Money's always a problem on the CT side, and they're starting to at least have a little bit of extra to fall back onto. Meantime, Wildcard build a little bit of a nest egg of their own. Big money on this round. Mark, it's time to see what NRG CT side's got. They're onto the guns for the first time since we saw Wildcard pick up theirs.
Yeah, we were looking to see Wildcard make to that 8-4 first half, but they found 8 rounds eventually. Don't you worry. Got to track this back from a nice little effort to go. Stan and his boys putting this along. Bro here will manage that long. They try and split this thing down the middle. He's got Nitro out here in a nice standstill. Wildcard. Well, ball's in your court.
See what they do with it. Dribble up. Get into position. Through catwalk or Wildcard. Heavy stack at the moment, and that's bad news because Bro goes down. Now the NRG can't really afford to just sit and wait on B. They need to get active, but Nitro, he can't afford to be the only A player to move. Gone from bad to worse. Now Exotic has it all to do. He's got Carson next to him.
Running with this flash right forward. There's still going to be this quick adjustment out of CT. And it's Carson that is going to walk this up silently. Nitro makes this contact, and it's just an opening, a gap for Carson to slip his way forward and cause this chaos! Talk about a turnaround, a 180 that throws Nitro out of the club. Hopping onto this bomb, another smoke down, and Friend is taken care of. Carson the King, he is here, and what a damnation you put up right next to Exotic. This is the duo that is designed to bring NRG forward, and they're showing you flashes.
What a legendary 180. One tap to pit. I'm so mad if I'm in pit there, and that's what I see on my screen. Nitro stays alive for just enough time to get Carson involved and Exotic Swift to join his teammate NRG. That could be the round to do it. One more to break Wildcard, but that round might just break their backs and their mental. NRG, find a miracle.
Exotic flashed off of the corner. Gotta be able to support something like that. Exotic took away on the fade. And now we got this Nitro AWP. Sight for sore eyes. Coats his will at the top of A site. The Wildcard continue to press. They've dropped the AWP holding player. He's got Stanislaw out of this to work. Plenty of a signal that Wildcard will feel. But does this actually throw their plans out of the adjustment? It doesn't seem to. Walking up right here is Peeping. He just drags his sight. There's not going to be anybody aware of this stance. Bro just hit him on the head with the nade, and there's no eyes on. Potentially, Bro aware of something, a possibility. Carson here as well. They have a Molotov, but the cover of that smoke no longer. JBA, he's got the smoke, and he's flanking catwalk. Peeping that's going to move this forward, and Molotovs that they're going to have to take seriously, trying to get this done, and they get a flash all the way up. This is catching Nitro off guard. Peeping is going to have to take this to the next level, and he does. Onto the double box. It's a quad kill out of Peeping. He stands here, and he plants the flag for Wildcard into this site. Handed the baton of the bomb, and it's going to go down. George going to have to attempt this all on himself. All on its lonesome, hopping up to the box, and it's Peeping with the guillotine for the ace. Another highlight for Peeping in this affair, and he's got all 5. He's got 15 frags in a tied game for Wildcard.
Peeping sits there, and he makes NRG petrified to even look at him. There's no way you walk away from this individual and find anything more. Opening after opening is what Peeping has offered up for Wildcard in this T side. And NRG, they find that he's got a whole lot more to give. And that ace to pull things back so slow. Nitro did all that he could. From recovering the op from Exotic's body, to taking the frag at long, to going and searching for JBA on Cat. And Peeping just keeps going.
It has never stopped giving. On his press, different wearing jerseys, whatever it is, he'll get it done. He'll do what you ask. He briefly put on that party astronaut helmet, whipped on a Nouns jersey. And then really after that, had to kind of stay. And then weighed with the rumors. When am I getting my contract? When am I getting my chance? When I get my chance, I'm gonna make it known. I will be remembered for plays like affecting the game like that. That is literally, I mean, etched to life. That Wildcard didn't have before. It reset NRG. And they're going to get a good look into a fourth quarter of this game that economically they may not have had. They may even not have had an opportunity to see in after a round like that.
You really got to give Wildcard credit, though, for the way they pause and like wait things out in that last round. I know Peeping gets the ace, but it is the way in which they play around that, too, that is actually pretty impressive. A lot better Wildcard T-side than I saw in the Revival series, that's for damn sure. ABA, very effective on some of these lurks. We've been seeing him often in upper tons. Clean sweep, nobody falls, nothing lost. And a round of building economy, Wildcard are back in business.
And business is booming. Especially staring back at them is a very, very weighted NRG. What a roller coaster they have gone through. And specifically, like these last 6 rounds from a Carson clutch to a Peeping ace that has just put him in their place. I mean, plenty of stones that you can unturn for this. But the next most important step, the one forward. An NRG, allow Exotic to get on an op. That's important. It's Exotic. He's going to allow a little bit of his belt to be spread around. It's going to be a group effort here, and we're going to see where it does flex up.
Exotic's taking a little bit of a moment off. The CT side turn, I teed him up, but it's been slow. Friends had the better of that head-to-head. Since then, time for Exotic to step forward. He's looking long. He's going to take a shot. No, it's Nitro. Excuse me.
The jump spot in his position known. It is Peeping. That will just rip off his dome. Right find out long. That's the anchor gone. And that real estate purchased out here for Wildcard. Got this boost developing up on Catwalk. And Exotic and Carson, they got no choice to make the most of this play. Hopping up, and Sonic is going to deny. Is there that second effort out there by Exotic? It is, and it's not for long. It's Sonic that just punishes for it and shows his brawn. But look at this. It is Bro that can flex too, and he's got back-to-back headshots, trying to whip this back into a realistic position. But as he loses George, he may just consider his transition out. With this op to an 11th, he'll give up.
This is looking like map 3. This is looking like Overpass.
He's not going to not give it a look, at least.
I think that he's just not got anywhere to go. That smoke's going to give him solace, some reprieve from the pressure that ramped up time after time. Yeah, Peeping. I think he has 4 opening duels in the last 5 rounds. He is a menace right now in the entry. Nitro getting ripped apart this round. Don't necessarily love the pit position from him when he's not got any support. You have to be really self-sufficient, and usually, of course, that is true. Nitro, but there's just too many numbers, and peeping hits the insta. Money's awkward. NRG realistically should eco around this, and that's what they'll do.
The tough calls, Vincent. Got a lot of space where it can be given, and at this point, it is now the op wiped off first. You can track that one on the map, so predictable. Where would Exotic stand? Either in middle with the FAMAS. The problem is that's literally been the most common outlook for this CTAWP. Redwell, Stan, he's holding off this long look, it seems.
But peeping's like 6th opening frag this half. His dual percentage, it's off the charts. In fact, the chart, he can't even handle it.
Ooh.
He's just taking heads for fun at this point. Peeping with a couple more ecos that he eats on up. Chowing down. NRG. Gonna need 3 straight for OT. I don't know where Exotic from the first half has gone, but he is missing in action. Am I remembering correctly? 16 or 18 frags in the first
16,
half?
I believe. 16.
Yeah. He's at 19 now. Do the math. That ain't good.
Disappeared. Be the right word for it. And the 20-year-old player has gotten to his 21st at the end of that 21st round. Couldn't have served it better up myself. Got this bomb. Got JBA working by himself here for a mid to B. And this has to be a full consideration to the end of this map, in the note that this is where they're going to get it the best. Sonic, he just runs over Bro, and now Wildcard ramp up into a third map. It's going to be Overpass here on our tally, unless Carson has something magical, and he just does not. Nitro, you've known him for his flashy plays. Some of the best moments in North American history are rosters that he's led on results on Overpass. He's going to have to do it here in the orange. Being forced to go all the way to 3. Not on the tally, not planned to go this way. Both map picks stolen in the opposite directions. We've got Overpass in the very first official for both of these rosters.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely terrifying, to be honest with you. The drop-off there from NRG probably needs to be studied, but Wildcard, they dig deep, and peeping. Holy cow, this is a performance that shows you just how legit he is. If you didn't know, you know now. Paladin alongside here to break it all down.
The Sleeping Giants of Wildcard stack the deck for just a little bit longer, and it's all powered by peeping. It's powered by, I mean, every player on Wildcard's finding a way to wake up and provide some sort of impact. We can't forget the work that Friend was able to put in to drag them through a couple of rounds, but it really is peeping and just the swagger that he brings with that massive ace that he had in that final, one of those final rounds on the T side. Just impressive stuff from him, and I think you finally see an identity from Stanislaw as far as the offense was concerned. I mean, look, when we got to the 6-6 point of the half, I still thought NRG was going to cruise through this map, because you switch over to the defense, something that you're much more comfortable on. I think Zodic understands his role as to how he's supposed to maneuver a little bit more. And you say, okay, this should be an open and shut case. And upsettingly enough for NRG, that wasn't the case. You have Nitro on an island in certain scenarios. You had Carson kind of aloof. Bro never really finding the impact that he had on Nuke. And more importantly, Zodic kind of disappearing off of that entire map. It was Friend on the other end that was having his number to get just those head-to-head op duels, taking him out of the equation and making sure that Wildcard could have a man up to start off these rounds and let Stanislaw call around whatever he needed to. Very willing to slow the pace of these rounds down, but more importantly, actually play off of the picks that they were able to get. When Sonic gets a couple of kills mid, they're able to B split. When GBA gets a couple of kills B, they're already trying to take short control to an Exion A. When you've got peeping executing or getting kills off the long side, you're executing up the short side to try and split into onto that A bomb site. I just think it was far more coordinated from Wildcard, something that I haven't seen from them on this map in a long time. And that was my biggest worry, is that you weren't going to get a complete package out of Wildcard throughout this map, but they stuck around. They stuck around and they kind of told you what the MO about this team is. And it's a team that is led by a stellar caller, or supposed to be a stellar caller, all theoretical here. And you're supposed to have a fantastic rifle core, whether you've frankly upgraded on, and you've got an AWP player that should be a quote-unquote side grade to the one that you dropped. This is all the theoretical ideas of what Wildcard should be, and I did feel like they rose to that occasion to some extent on this map, which I wasn't able to really say beyond that final map against LAG. But for the most part, now we move into Overpass, where things get completely thrown into a frenzy. You've got Zodic, who now I really don't know what to think, considering he's had one stellar half of Counter-Strike and one very not stellar half of Counter-Strike. On the other end of the equation, Bro was nowhere to be seen after having a Herculean performance on Nuke. Nitro as well. The CT setups just did not look replicable in any way. They looked very disjointed. They looked very flimsy. A lot of players out on islands, a lot of odd gambles that didn't make any sense. You had these random 3-stack B bomb site stacks basically out of nowhere with no inclination of any information early, and then never disassembling it, giving mid open, giving cat open. Those decisions kind of built up upon itself by gambling on those positions. This is something that I've noticed that Nitro has done a lot. He's done it on Inferno as well. I've noticed it even in the biggest of stages, when they're at EPL, when they're at the major, they'll call these very braggadocious gambles out of nowhere with no information, expecting to just win the round off of the 50-50. But unfortunately, at this point in the game, we've evolved past that 2020-2021 heroic style brand of Counter-Strike, where we do call these gambles in the mid-round situations off of little to no information. I don't think you can do that anymore, especially when you've got these wildcard extremity players playing as well as they are. You look towards JBA constantly being a thorn in the side of the B anchor. You look towards that A side of things on that long end, and you look at mid in Sonic finding some entries towards the tail end. You think about peeping on the long side. There's just so many extremity players that can make your life a living nightmare that NRG have got to put the gamble ideas to bed. And it's also going to be a very prevalent idea on Overpass. Too many times you definitely like to see an AWP on the back of the A bomb side on those dice boxes and have basically a four player B setup. But you can't allow that to happen in this kind of circumstance. You need to have that second rifler to bolster up Zodic in the bathrooms. You got to still be able to be bold enough to take short side control, to take some aggressive front bathrooms control, some long control as well. And they don't have that key player of Hex in their ranks anymore. We just saw in the previous best of 3 of Hex being such a devious monster on that end of the B bomb site. But they've got to find that next player for the wild card side of things. And it's got to be peeping. I kind of look towards peeping on one end, and then on the other, it's got to be, who am I thinking of? I gotta go. It's gotta be Carson. Yeah, it's a very simple 1-to-1. It's gotta be Carson on the aggressive end, and I can't lie. I think he's been the most out of sorts player in this entire best of 3 out of all 10 players in the server. I don't think that I've seen the most out of Carson, and he's going to have to be that difference maker, the X factor necessary to get NRG into that final, to put this one behind them. But folks, we're going to have to take a little bit of a break. We'll see if NRG can bounce back after a disastrous second half, or whether Wildcard are truly grand final contenders and have that dance with M80 later on tomorrow. You don't want to miss this one.
Well, I didn't expect to be here, Mark, but what I have in the cards here is a damn good overpass. We're getting things rolling. NRG out, and it's Wildcard off to the races onto the B site, peeping. He's exactly where he left off. Entries, and that duty is exactly what he delivers. JBA right up next to him, and Wildcard, they wipe NRG off the face of the B bomb site.
And this is just going to be a chess match here early in Overpass between two great IGLs. Obviously, you know them well. Stan and Nitro here. They've likely met many times over the history. In this version, for the very first time, brought back into the map pool. It's one that, well, they're going to have to get right, because potentially they could see it tomorrow versus M80, either of these sides. This bro is going to rotate out and hold on to his full Kevlar if he can get far enough away from the bomb. Looks like we like Wildcard's odds better.
I fear both of these teams should be banning this map against M80 tomorrow. Whoever is there. Kind of, you know, after what we saw today, I mean,
Wildcard's permaban is Mirage.
This is true.
I just don't see them changing that.
These are good points you make, but
I drive a hard bargain.
Yes, you do. NRG, we'll leave it at that. I find it interesting that bro has the Kevlar. Oh, he brought it over. I'm the dummy.
It is all good. He'll make that pistol buy on the P2K.
Haven't you missed
isn't
this?
it a beautiful thing? Isn't it a beautiful thing? The trio boost up into water, and short control is in the hands of NRG. Not that it's really fought for. Its connector, its fountain, its long, currently being investigated by Wildcard.
Well, they've investigated. They found no one home. NRG will start to bring things back up to the A-bomb site. Probably going to get there in time, too, in fact. But yeah, this is a sort of crazy map 3, considering neither Wildcard nor NRG have played a single official yet. With NRG, like, they haven't had all that many officials. Neither have Wildcard, but still...
Wildcard even less.
Yeah, I mean, that one's not actually a surprise. It's just good for the story, you know, the picture. But,
well, I will say that NRG was good on Overpass when Stan was making the calls, so different time, different era. Like a million years ago, practically, at this point.
Yeah. Like 2 million, maybe.
Seems like you're on the money. 16 health here for Carson momentarily. Seems like we got Joshua Brute on the line fully for a third map here. Number went off, so to speak, but, I mean, is heavily involved in that pistol round there. Sees out of that round. Looks like we lose his young duo. He's back.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of young guys, new guys even, you know, not the case for JBA, but I want to look over to NRG. Exotic, this is known as the Opera's Playground. Well, Dust2 is even more so. And, you know, he had a fantastic first half, but Mark,
yeah,
he dropped off a cliff. I mean, where was he in that CT side? Actually, nowhere. He had 3 kills. The whole CT side. That is given the fact he had a lot of ops, too.
Yeah,
a lot of opportunities. I really feel like, honestly, Ani was giving Friend a lot of credit. I don't think Friend even deserves all that much credit. He just like got not 0 kills. He hit the minimum. He had that one duel that I give him a lot of credit for. Outside of that, it was Exotic falling off, not Friend stepping up. It was Peeping stepping up for Wildcard that won them that Dust 2. It was JBA. It was Sonic. It was the Riflers. But looking back over to NRG as we get out of that timeout, I need Exotic to step up. It has to be a whole lot more from him on this CT side than there was from that previous CT side.
But I think the thing you're going to have to just, I think, look for on the NRG camp here is trust. And you're going to be trusting that Exotic can handle it. And you're going to be trusting that Exotic is going to be able to put up a performance in this third map without question, right? This is the guy that's going to obviously be, next to one of the most successful Overpass A-oppers in some time. Nitro is not even, usually an AWP player. Obviously was just that, whatever that Liquid team needed him to be. In the hands of him, Nav, whoever. They got it done when needed. And I mean, I can think of plenty of flashy moments, but with that said, you should have quite a teacher at hand.
Yeah, I mean, NRG going to have to do the trusting here. I think I'm going to take a page out of Ronald Reagan's book and trust but verify on that one.
I was not ready for that.
But it's certainly a big step forward, you would think. Late Claw back over here in the A-bomb site. They don't have full control of Sands. Bro taking a step forward. He's got some support. That flashbangs was meant to send him in, but I think he got blinded by it.
Keeping going to be shot out of a sling right now. Exotic staring back. Bro taken care of. Still got Nitro over here at the first flower pot. Exotic, he's got one out and he will drop. And those are quickly construed. Easy save call out here for NRG. So far, these executes. One in the pistol round, one right here in the late on the first rifle. And it's looking really good for what Stan is cooking up.
It looks well drilled, actually, and that's mind-boggling because, I mean, Wildcard this iteration have had like a week, if even, to prepare and get this ready. But I'm right there with you. It's not just that, too. It's the default that looked good this past round. This is the first gun round, so this is the one where I'm looking for all those little details to come out. Prodding at the B-bomb site, keeping them there. Late take back towards bathrooms, and maybe you could call out that little bit of a misstep where Bro is meant to get flashed in, and I don't know who it was on, but something happened, and there was a little bit of a team flash in the mix there, and he didn't quite get that fight. But the execute was perfection. Wildcard had everything that they wanted, and Stan looking dangerous, at least in that first gun round.
And I remember commentating when it was, Sixy, Wiz, playing alongside this Forsaken roster. I can't remember who I'm missing as that fifth player. It'll come to me. Infinite, that's who it was. Playing alongside JBA and Stan. When they were Forsaken, they played a whole lot of Overpass. And in the original iterations of this Wildcard team, that remained true. So, dust off that playbook. One that provided plenty of success for Stan over his career, and will have to do so, continue to go in this third map. It's a little bit shaky for Wildcard, rusting up against the Force and what comes alongside the saved gun.
Well, all those things true. Can apply them to Nitro, to be fair, as well.
Through that.
And maybe even more so. I don't know.
Ooh.
Maybe that's maybe Paladin can see who's the winning or in-game leader on Overpass.
Yes, the winningest. He's won a lot. I remember one when Stan was wearing an Optic jersey, but dude, I'm like reaching into the history book on that one. The social studies. So here comes Carson getting a headshot. His class is in session. I gotta find a bit of protection to put this bomb down. And now that timer is online. Carson finding friend out with the USP. What the hell are they construing here? As all it's gotta be Exotic to meet his time. Be the disruptor. Keep peeping and stand occupied if that's what it takes. He hasn't seen head, and it's peeping that he's still just a menace to society here. Two without a second thought about it. And Exotic, he's going to come walking up, and well, rude. Stanek, he'll protrude all the way from CT and trip up Exotic.
Carson made that nearly possible. I mean, I've been pretty harsh, I think, on Carson pretty consistently right now for NRG. But I do think that the reality is that like role situation is going to take time to bed in fully.
Yeah.
He had a very good showing despite what was a ultimate loss for NRG on Dust. 3 kills that make that round viable. Don't ultimately connect it thanks to peeping, but NRG now Exotics off, back in business. See what they can do to stall Wildcard.
Bro's got Sonic up top. Looked like Bro is about to just make this a quick series the way he was playing on Nuke. 30+ kills out there. Disappeared on Dust 2. But now as one of these featured riflers and NRG here on the CT side with a whole lot to be responsible for. He's going to have to do the heavy lifting. Not going to be hearing much right now as they've gone quiet around this utility set.
The fact that Bro has traded places basically with Stan somehow, some way, and Stan is until just a moment ago frantically searching for where Bro could be is magic of the highest order. Wildcard now refocus towards B, mostly out of necessity rather than a desire for them to hit the B bomb site. Up involved in that, friends currently watching and waiting, but George catches peeping. And it's going from bad to worse right now. 2-man disadvantage.
Smoke into the pipe, and they're going to swing on this. They should have the lineup. Nitro will swing, and Friend will have 1. Probably more than he bargained for. George gets that all the way out here, and it's the first up for NRG. Vincent, now they can just lay it out and start to something.
1-2 punch for Bro. Exotic, he doesn't get the kill, but Bro takes it for free, and it's Bro's reposition that is the round winning one. The fact, I don't even know really how he did that, like how he got back to Long Bath, but he does. And like I said, kind of felt like Wildcard were chasing ghosts for a minute there. Puts him in a tough spot. NRG take advantage.
NRG were just playing in Fragadelphia. As the winners of Fragadelphia 18 had to pitch up a best of 5 into the Sharks. They were certainly planning on taking it again. Ninto would likely have had to prepare an overpass at some level, right? We'll see what exactly they've laid a foundation for in the early days of this refresh. And there's been so much to discuss. JBA found all of this space to Divider. Seemed like a very nice keen into a nice B start, Vincent. They have all this short control. And they refresh towards long. Bro gets that kill, and they have to worry about long bathrooms right now, and Exotic tees off.
He's dropped the bomb, too. Bro has control of it. 2 more coming around the corner. Calling in the cavalry as well. Exotic can swing off a moment's notice, and Carson collects JBA. It goes worse to worse. Peeping, a survivor with his in-game leader. They've collected the bomb, but it's still a long way back. Especially with deep positioning for George in connector.
Peeping will walk this way. Deals with George in a 1v3. He knows that Exotic is right above him. And not a chance in hell at this time. He'll go back and find a little bit of security. Chance to breathe. Peeping saves over his gun. Won't be too big of a deal. But NRG, they're starting to show up here on this CT side and in serious fashion.
Yeah, they are. Like that aggressive setup at long. Bro dropping the bomb. That's a huge gain. Carson comes in late. Tag teaming off of one another. Where was this on Dust 2? Paladin talked about how so many times NRG were sitting on islands, and I couldn't agree more. Think back to, rounds where Nitro is like alone in pit. Well, we are far from that. Peeping. Gonna try and use this 1 AK to its best. 2 flashbangs, proc for Stan. See how they can let Peeping cook things up.
It's got eyes on with the jump spot. They got 4 players here. White needs time to stand for NRG. They're gonna have to run through the fire. After that, trying to see through some sort of flames. George puts them all through it. What a setup by NRG. Where Wildcard turn, they get put away. This is 3 in a row, and that one was fast.
Yeah, it was. Not any investment behind that one AK. Deeping's actually gonna not have the best weapon this round either. He gets a Galil. Stan takes the SMG. But there wasn't much to work with, so you're not too worried about Wildcard.
Keeping out here, getting Carson in, but it could be a trio out in connector. Bro finally dealt with. Gotta stand aware of the situation in the MAC-10. Can't make it work. Sonic at 100 health and JBA. Well, it was that fight from Bro that did bring him in the stance in which he currently stills. He got this bomb down in the middle of Monster. And that's where George just got eyes on, so that he knows that momentarily there's going to be the adjustment.
You gotta collect that bomb. Oh, audio cue heard. Nitro is gonna take it, and great trade from Exotic. George on the low health, keeping the op. Not needed. 4 straight here for NRG. They answer back. Their CT side starts rolling, starts running. A variety of different setups. We talked about Wildcard and their first gun round looking prominent, looking like they dominated, looking like they had plan on plan on plan. And the execute hot to trot. Well, how about that from NRG? A variety of different setups. And we really haven't seen them need to dig too deep. You have to see like an early connector play. This all-up hasn't necessarily had to be too active. There's still a lot to learn for Wildcard as they take a timeout.
Yeah, Vin's with an opportunity to see after the first 8. I mean, right now it's going to be straight up with the Tech 9s and a play that will probably be just as bang-bang as the clock round prior. Stan knows he has some ground to make up now with the recent streak of NRG. And this is where we finally get George in this third map when it's needed. That's going to be exactly what's the most important time. I actually like this move a bit better. Just waiting, not so false on the rush. Oh, this is just ugly. They're barely able to get out of the smoke. And that's a bit of a you problem. You got to make up for it now. These Tech 9s, they're going to be jumping right on it, but they pipe down. Got this bomb all the way over to the barrels. And Carson, well, he goes a-swinging. Flying for his second kill. And NRG, they're packing this away. They've got a lead now. 5 striking off on the tally.
Nice work for George as well as for Carson. Just went back and looked. It wasn't just an Exotic drop-off. George had 1 kill in the second half of Dust 2. Exotic with just 3. NRG, they've awoken. After that devastation, after that frustration. Wildcard missing a few details in that last one, but you know what? This one's the one that matters.
There's a lot of interest of short here. From the top of con with that door open. And the site players are holding on. Wildcard, they wag back from where they were at the beginning of this half, which was aggressive towards A. They see into the rest of things. Trying to control what's outside of B. Peeping finds George out here. Going to be leaving Carson alone. Nitro coming to spar, but unfortunately, he'll get put down. Just saw the hit on Exotic's back, but he whips back. JBA into place, but Bro, he gets taken down by Stan, rather Sonic, and Stan, he has a kill of his own. So this is done. This is dusted, and a really good adjustment by Wildcard, who have the tenacity to pull up connector and just take the fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's also one of the first times NRG has been that aggressive on A. It's a very tentative hold, and it all starts to fall apart when Peeping actually gets a kill that's towards B. George the one to go down to Peeping. And So NRG basically have to double down on that setup or either respond by rotating off. Nitro leans in on the connector, and that's where things start to fall apart. When Nitro goes down, there's just nothing for Exotic and Bro to do other than just fight until they can't no more. Wildcard, they show him the door.
Terrorists win.
Breaking that streak of 5 rounds straight that NRG picked up with a 5th of their own. We go back to a tied scoreline. Dust 2 was knotted at 6 at half. I don't know why, but I'm just getting the vibe that that's the destiny for Overpass.
To the same default they just had. Focusing on the B side of the map right now, Wildcard is. Sonic, this is so important because this is Sonic working alone right now on A. That's a much louder voice than necessarily what's actually there. Peeping, crawling through this monster tunnel, and he squares up George but can't succeed. George had the backup anyhow. Off that kill, they back up on A.
NRG, they don't play this the same way. Wildcard might give them the same look, that same type of default, but Nitro more active in connector, forcing it back. A double nade. Oh my lord, Sonic! He rips the head off of Exotic.
Okay.
A searching AK sent into B, peeping, plummeting. But now Nitro, he's next up.
They just slow up. He knows what type of pace this is. He's called rounds just like it. The double, a duo that he just puts out. And a second layer that they won't be able to predict. They have Carson all the way shoved into the A corner. 30 seconds and counting. It may have to be a friend that approaches alone. We'll see how the Swede succeeds the pull. Excuse me. Carson pops out and he gets a headshot, executes. JBA, he's sprinting up. And, well, just can't fight back. Potentially grab this bomb, gets the headshot, has enough time! JBA with the bomb plan, and George doesn't think possible. He just dashes up in the way, has 19 HP, and the readjustment along. JBA, back currently turned, but now he turns attention. JBA squares up, and now has to just pivot and adjust, but the sentry always hits his shots. Joshua Brood online, and he's got 6 for Wildcard.
Oh my lord. JBA saving Wildcard at one point or another in the CT half of Dust 2, and now he does it again. A 1v2 basically. That's not how it starts, but with Carson unchecked, that's how it ends. An absurd turn 180 degrees. Thought he'd missed the mark, but George had no HP. Limited changes for NRG.
By Sonic too.
Yeah, double kill. Lets him know. The fact that he rips off Exotic's head with no question.
Flash Long tells them a lot. And friend, gonna have to be perfect on this line. Spots Bro, and now curious as to the jump spot. Exotic still here at Divider. JBA so close. And Bro has just joined the party. Now here with Nitro rotated up as well. The Molotov, JBA is going to have to burn through. Huge entry onto Bro, and they find Exotic with Nitro with a double himself, and then Carson pulls up with a kill. It's Friend that's going to have to find this. Is peeping, now joins the project. This Molotov gives Nitro a chance to stand, but he finds Carson, and Friend has found a double. The pull pulls. Wildcard back in this thing to a 7th himself, and his presence felt. A trio out here, and they have a 2-round lead headed out of the first half.
Yeah, that's the multi-killer that we were looking for. That's the Friend that looks like he can deliver. Wildcard out of some tough scenarios. Great entry from JBA. And Friend denies all foes in opposition to the A-bomb site. Wildcard gets 7. Solid T-half. A fantastic T-half. A lead on the T side of Overpass is a rarity at times. But a little more success these days, it seems, with this new iteration.
Bren warming up at the perfect time. It's going to have to be a big half from him at these bathrooms. Wildcard got a big pistol round reaching in first, but it was namely because of how practiced that was. They had great executes that lined up and even finished the T side there. Gotta wonder if Nitro is the same things waiting in the basket.
I'd like to imagine so. Be honest with you, you know, it's a letdown there from Exotic, a big step up from George. And Carson doing some heavy lifting. Bro has still not awoken after that massive nuke.
Out here. Oh my gosh. The duel pays off for Exotic. In the meantime, it's been Carson on the track, and he's been sprinting up to the site, trying to find Sonic as Sonic bounces back and still as precise as he was. Alone, trying to investigate A in that T-half. He's caught up by George in the back lines. The rest of Wildcard is here. A trio to push out a bank.
Good secondary check from George. There's no kit in the moment here either, so they got to speed up things. And Bro says goodbye. Another dink onto Peeping. That good should probably tell them all they need to know, that this one's near over.
JBA flicks. JBA and Peeping are still in this. Just JBA now. And Bro just has to play ring around the rosy. And just a tap on, there's no time. No kit for JBA, but as precise today. That will be just a warning and a tease of what's to come in the second half. NRG have fended him off for now.
Big cash injection, though. Look at that money. JBA's got 32 hundo. Yeah, they are going immediately to see what they can provide onto a 4 spot. NRG lost it all. And on a pistol round, that's NRG's time to take their first timeout. Hadn't felt they needed it. 5-round CT side, not great, but good enough, says NRG. And where does that lead? I'm very curious, Mark, to see what sort of preference NRG have on this T side. How do they want to approach it? Are they going to be more fast-paced? Are they looking to try and play for that more default, methodical style? Obviously, a good purchase considering they won that round, but that timeout tells me they know what's coming.
Well, JBA may be the third here to fight all the way at Fountain. But right here with Sonic, they're going to try and hear if there's a little bit more than just a investigating player up in the connector. You could easily shoulder peek that and fade away. A little bit of info, but now they have so much. So far out Monster. They wanted to try on that case, and they're trying to get these kills swinging for the hills, and unfortunately, that's where they will lay. JBA went down in that foul swoop. He had the gun on him. And this buyback does not pay off for Wildcard. These Carson running them down. And it's a brutal day in hell. NRG, they're stomping into the second half, and physically, I mean, this is quite aggressive by Carson, but that's the type of third map attitude that you got to take. It's going to be vicious right here. It's going to be personal. That close we are at a tied game, and USP stare back at them. Another brief tech.
One decision that NRG make in that last round that wins them the round on its own, and that's not to fight outside of Monster Tunnel, instead to fall back and just play from Deep Monster instead. 3 Galils that are laser focused on Wildcard. Those flashes not so successful at that range, and they can play off one another. It's a shooting gallery for them from that point on. Let's get into a 7-7 score line, all tied up. And we're going to probably see a little bit more than that. NRG likely to take this lead. I favored Wildcard coming into this one on Overpass. That was my go-to, but to be honest, the rules are off the table. You throw out the book. Because NRG, they found a way on Nuke, and the same true of Wildcard on Dust 2. That was not on my bingo card. That was not on anyone's bingo card.
No, definitely not. We all saw this going a certain way. Thought it was going to be a 2-0 for Wildcard. No, you guys were facing the way of NRG, but none of us saw this go into 3. Peeping finds a Galil. He has Kevlar on him, so these numbers would just have to swallow up Carson, and they're all separated, so that can really just stand by. They see into that smoke and get that. JBA, let's see if he can hit a double here. On to 19 health, swinging out. That's on a USP brief man advantage. JBA cleaned up. It's all behind the dumpster, and Peeping, well, that Galil is now going to be in the hands of the in-game leader. You just got one shifting out towards Truck, and they are doubting this. They are pressured, and they just got an audio cue. They hear Stan out towards Truck, and now they're going to be investigating right into the bank. Stan is staring us down. He's got a headshot, and he turns it into a double. He cashes out. He steals this round of the vault of NRG. Walks out of the bank. He is not supposed to be. He was alive there. What the hell is that turnout? NRG, it's one player on the other side. They go on the investigation and try and lock up Stan themselves. They had the bomb. They had the site. They had everything.
Why fight? Just why? That's the only question I have. At least they did it together. You can understand where they're coming from at the very minimum, but it's a painful mistake. Does NRG pick up the pace? Does execute? Oh, great flashes. Stan unaffected. Counter utility just as strong as Peeping arrives on scene.
Really good rotates, Peeping and JBA, they sing at the same time. And Friend has the candle blown out. It feels like Wildcard's rotations were faster than the B-Rush games were originally.
Absurd. NRG had the spacing on that actually really well. Like I said, it looked like their scaling flashes were really good too. Somehow, some way, Stan able to get one off and delay the second phase of that attack, and also be unaffected from Graffiti as he rotates back in. As you said, though, Peeping arrives just in time. Friend puts that one down at the back end with NRG now on pistols, now on nothing. Looking like Wildcard, it's one step forward and a couple more right afterward. NRG, it's a pistol win. It's something. They are not in the driver's seat any longer. It's Wildcard.
Sonic tapping away. Don't even make this one close. Sonic flashes his way in. He's giving him the fights for it. Serve him up. Bro's got this on the Deagle. Brent, he just barely got Nitro around the wall. Barely missing, but pulling out the secondary, and he just pops you. 50 seconds, and Bro will play keep away.
He's just hoping he can grab an extra head. Force a repurchase. Wildcard, they may have won the last couple of rounds, but their economy isn't exactly perfect. They can still be punished heavy, and that's one way to do it. Peeping. Always want to fight. Oh my lord, bro.
Stop giving this man the opportunity to pick on a pixel. They audibly hear him now. Stan should have an easy kill, free kill. That just stole a whole lot more than it was originally meant to be intended. That's exactly what I was talking about. It's about the feeling. It's about how that round was going to set the tone the way forward into the fourth quarter. Here's Wildcard shaping up the best they can for it with their pockets just a little bit more empty.
Fortunately, didn't have to rebuy the op. That's small. The victory at the end of it. NRG really lacking util in this round. Really don't have a lot to work with. We are just starting the round, and they have 2 flashes. It's going to be about aim duels. It's going to be about setting that up. And with a couple of smokes, if they can get these duels at A, that's all they need. Problem is, there's no methodical push, one spot after another. You can't flash off angles. You can't fight. Here it is. Set up most of the utility. They're going to start moving. Still the chance to pivot, technically.
Friend off of this booth with nothing. And he can get a little bit of room back to maneuver, but that means they're going to have to give up the A site. Sonic will set up Stan. They go out together. It's Sonic alone, though. Gives up his life. And it's a boost up by Peeping that is easily tracked. Stan fading out of this smoke. He's right on line with JVA. They have this on the ringer. Bro still has to swing. He's connecting these shots this time via the rifle. Friend, he's going mobile. USP pulled. Does not have a kid on his back, so he's going to have the clue about both of these positions on positive. Bro is not caught up. Bro is now just going to catch the head and take it right off. What a turnaround that he has had in these last 3 rounds. 6 kills for the Great Dane. He's coming alive when it matters the most.
He's stealing it away. He's taking it. Trying to bring this one back 1 round at a time. Wildcard. Stand. But then stopped. And how about that money? How about that cash? Remember when Bro took out 2 more CTs? Sonic with 3K. Stan with 3850. They can buy. They could. But should they? That's exactly what they're talking about now. That and more. Just when I thought NRG might be knocked out of this, might be knocked down, they find a way to get back up, and it's through Bro. A critical kill, by the way, in that last round. Sonic sent through the smoke. Nitro was looking at it, gets dodged. She's on the flashbang and takes Sonic out. Sets him up for success and basically boxes his friend out of the whole round until he's there for the 1v2 clutch.
Three players here. And a potential reaction to Fountain Aggression. Could be toted up. They're just waiting for a hint. Molotov and a flash that goes back about it. But it's Bro. And the damn Grim Reaper. These last couple of rounds. Flashed out into party. But this bomb all the way back into connector. I mean, Carson is not even going to let you have the chance. Just toyed with you previously. So right here, they're chasing a ghost.
They're gonna keep going though. That's a great flash. Sonic sends him in, and it's enough. And now Carson on notice. These ghosts, they're real.
Sheesh. Yeah, we're believing now. Sonic, he's here hunting him down, peeping. Bit of a bold peek. But now on that bit of timing, with that bit of information, it's George that will see out of this monster tunnel. Smokes off short, but the quick adjustment Wildcard, they have another play every time. Another reaction to whatever NRG's got. A great shot to pull back the man advantage. 30 seconds and walking this bomb all the way out. Exotic now as the backup and some utility. They can box this back towards short, but guess what? JBA has used his legs, walked all the way to Monster. Exotic active, almost connects to Friend. A couple of shots, so close to the head, and an opportunity wiped away. You think of the moments that could sway in the bounds. Say that clutch goes the way of Exotic. Remember what happened earlier with Stan pumping up. These are the rounds that count.
It's JBA, it's Peeping, it's the decisions that both of them make. That flash sets them up. Peeping and Friend able to take the fight to top con. Then they clear out Carson. It's methodical. Wildcard take fights on their own terms, and they define that round by their adjustments. When a smoke blocked, they find a boost. They find a perfect timing. JBA walks around short pipe the moment the NRG take eyes off of it. Absurd. The success on that timing. Just shouldn't have been. NRG reset. Their economy crumbles. It's made of paper.
Stan has stood and watched them burn before. It's a paper mountain, a Wildcard walk up. Sturdy as it seems. But right now it's Friend. Provide foundation. That's what they want. Teased on a Sonic, but he slides, and it may provide just a bit of swagger. Peeping also up into the conversation, and they manage it every turn. It's more bold than the last. One round away from the grand finals, from a date with M80 tomorrow, and a dip into the money, or Wildcard, who are going to push it forward right here if they have anything to say about it.
A beautiful round for Friend. He stepped up when he's necessary on the CT side. And it's everything from the rifling core that they needed. Pieces that were not there for Nuke are now online. They suffered through dust too, but overpass their domain.
Friend looking to finish this thing out. Hook, line, and sinker. Keeping sitting as an anchor.
This is scary. This is really scary, actually, for Wildcard. They're on some off angles. Basically, everyone at A is sitting on a weird position. Double aggression, and it's going to work. Peeping, they're not ready. They're not ready whatsoever.
They get it done. It's a 5v1. The heat of the discussion, Vincent. The hectic offseason. They cool their own path into the very first competition. Back with the 5, they push their way to a grand finals appearance. A chance to take it further in the Thunderpick World Championships. And NRG are stunned. They thought they had this one finished. Knocked out with a blow that would stun with a 13-9 win on Nuke. But it's Wildcard that never give up. With the reverse sweep, they meet M80 tomorrow.
That they do. Devastating way in which for that to go down, though, in the reverse sweep fashion. I genuinely thought NRG had made the move when they win Nuke, but no. Paladin, that's not how it goes down. That's not what we're left, and that's not what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. It's M80 finding their way against Wildcard.
I mean, I'm dumbfounded, really. It's shocking to see, I think, how crude this map was for both teams. And the fact that NRG, I think, fumbled a lot of opportunities to potentially swing that back. Even on the offensive end, I felt like there were a lot of missed opportunities. I mean, the obvious one being the Stan 1v2. I think they'll be wanting that round back for a long, long time. But that being said, Wildcard show us that there is depth to this roster. There is sustainability on this roster. JBA finding some lost form. Peeping showing why he's here on this team in the first place. Sonic also having a couple of moments on that offensive end with some of his big entries, and of course Friend, who just was able to keep his head above water on that CT side. But this is our grand final, folks. M80 taking on Wildcard. You saw the bracket all the way from the get-go, and you probably thought that this is where we were going to end up, but there were a couple of bumps in the road, a couple of turns along the way, and M80 now have an opportunity to secure a spot against this very shaky wildcard squad. But who knows? This team has been able to scrap a little bit, and maybe we'll be able to scrap for just a little bit longer. But that's going to do it on the broadcast today. Wildcard triumphing over NRG, and we'll see you guys for one final Thunderpick NA Series 2 matchup between M80 and Wildcard. You won't want to miss it. But from us at production and the casting booth and the analyst desk, we hope you have a good night.